Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I would like to welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll call of the Municipal Council?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Shaherdi.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Rivera. Councilman Glass. Councilman Glass. Okay.
Councilman Velez?
I don't think his headphones are working.
There, but okay.
Can you listen to me now?
Very good. We can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm present. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
Here.
Third ward is vacant. Madam President and honorable council member, this evening we have with us to render the prayer the Honorable Councilman Louis Velez, and he's a councilman of the 5th Ward, and also to lead us this flag salute will be the Honorable Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman of the 4th Ward. We now have Councilman Velez to render the prayer. Councilman, you may begin.
Thank you. Before praying, I just want to read a scripture from the Bible, Psalm 128:1. It says, "Bless all whom fear the Lord, who walk in obedience to him. You will eat the fruit of your labor. Blessing and prosperity will be yours." Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity that you give us to be alive, to breathe, to touch, to greet with people, to say hi, to smile to someone today. Thank you for the opportunity you give us to serve this community, to serve in this capacity. Thank you, O Lord, for the opportunity to meet friends, to meet new friends, to move forward projects, to do what you call us to do, to serve others. Oh, thank you, Lord, for those that are in the other side of these videos, on the other side of this meeting, that are sitting in their home, the community. Oh, Lord, that trust in this government and trust what we do, because in one aspect or other, they trust what we do and what they want to see in the city. Oh, Lord, I bless all my colleagues at this time, those that in one aspect move the city forward and others that look the city moving forward. Oh, God, bless the mayor and bless everyone that want to do the difference in this city. That we could put our differences on the side and our personal agenda and move your agenda forward. In the name of Jesus, amen, amen, amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Cotton, we now have the flag salute.
Wrong side. Thank you. Ready, council members? Flag of our country salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Velez, and thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and all of our loved ones and those who have lost their life due to COVID and any other occurrence. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date September 22nd, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021, or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020-2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the State County Pulse, Dominicana News, Esquire International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of the regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. And for anyone who's interested in participating in the public portion for tonight's meeting, the number to dial is 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326. I repeat the number, 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326.
Council President,
Further instruction, you press star 1 if you wish to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recording. And press star 3 to be added to the public list, the public portion list. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There is a little bit of a disturbance. We've already reported to the police. I'm not sure what's going on the Ellison Street side of City Hall. Madam Clerk, can you follow up on that? Madam Clerk, can we do payment of bills, please?
Yes, Madam President. So, the next item on the agenda is our payments of bills. I think we have 2 payments of bills.
Councilman Taldry?
The regular one first.
Thank you, Council President. We have 2 payment of bills. We'll do 2 motions. For our regular payment of bills, I'd like to make a motion in the amount of $6,459,156.80. There is no payment to our school or county. There is, however, payments to waste management.
I have a motion and a further second.
Second, Madam Clerk. Any questions? Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call the payments of bills in the amount of $6,459,156.80. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman Chahurley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Dowdle?
No.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
I want to pass for a minute, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I go back to, is Councilman Abdelaziz back? Okay, Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I just had one question, but I don't know if you could answer it quite quick before my vote. There's a payment of bill here, and I didn't call for a discussion, but I see a payment for Ford, Winter Ford Inc. for $16,000. How many vehicles is that?
Madam CFO March,
For how much?
Item number, says equipment purchase, but it says, winner Ford Inc., for $16,218. How many vehicles we have for that?
That's 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles, okay. And they go for DPW?
Yes.
Correct. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 4 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant, therefore the payment is against the amount of $6,469,156.80 hereby adopted.
Thank you. Councilman Chowdhury for the COVID payment.
Thank you, Council President. The second payment of bills for COVID. We have the purchase orders, the various purchase orders attached. I'd like to make a motion in the amount of $36,132.27.
Discussion? Oh, sorry.
Second. Moved by Councilman Chowdhury, second by Councilwoman Mims. Discussion, Councilman Velez?
Just a simple question. I see items here. I don't know if the director, not director, sorry, Chief McDormand, could clarify this. But I see items that was purchased here. I invoice that has an amount, but it had a description on it. For example, 6,866, you do not have a description of what is purchased, only see an amount. There's another one that I see that is being purchased. I just wanna know if that's normal, if it's part of it. Lantern bulb, the lantern, and I'm gonna say this real loud and clear. To my constituents out there that knows me for many, many years, but those that don't know me, and I read the comments over here, I have a problem pronunciating some words. So forgive me if you didn't understand my English, but there's a word here, lantern bulbs, that is purchased through COVID-19. Are these lamps are COVID-19 related, or is something that we are buying as a regular purchase that comes for the city of Paterson?
Councilman, if I may, they are UVC lighting that kills the coronavirus. They're the blue bulbs that are used in the back of ambulances to kill the COVID-19 virus.
Okay, so it's good because I don't sit in the ambulance all day. That's new.
That's okay.
It's good to ask, right?
100%, I agree.
By the way, Chief McDormand, I like your background today.
Yeah, I'm at my brother's house today.
Yeah. So, and can you tell me now the bill that has no description on it for 6,000, the one that I mentioned?
Council President?
Madam BA has her hand raised. Madam BA?
Yes, Council President, if you look right behind the purchase order, Councilman, you'll see the actual invoice from VE Ralph, that those next 3 or 4 pages total the 6,866. So it's a lot of medical supplies and PPE.
Yeah, it's Council President, it's attached right after that, every item that is being purchased by that PO. So
Yeah,
every
all the purchases and invoices are attached.
Council's right behind it, the bill list, it's right there.
Right behind it or in front? The one that say Roth and Son?
Yes, VE Ralph and Son, correct.
Okay, so at least put continue on page 1 or 2. I can't really understand it if I don't see it. You know, if I don't ask, it will go as a blank page with an amount. So at least put a continue so we could make sure that it's go with the other ones. Because you're saying behind and I got it on front, so.
That's a great point, Councilman Velez. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Discussion? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call the payments of bills for COVID-19. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Shahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dabu. Councilman Dowell? I will see Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez?
Definitely yes, I wanna vote yes, yes.
Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the payments of bill for COVID-19 in the amount of $36,132.27 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we take the consent agenda, please?
Yes, Madam.
Madam President.
Yes.
May I have permission to ask a question regarding COVID now that we are in a payments bill with COVID to Madam VA?
Is it relating the payments that we just approved?
Yes.
Okay, normally that should have taken place during that discussion. Is it gonna be a lengthy discussion, Councilman Velez? Because we have 45 items and we have to make sure we have some, people that are on to discuss some of the items. And we wanna ensure that that business is taken care of first, since that is not a part of the discussion for tonight. Is it something that we can hold off till after the city business is taken care of?
I would rather do it now. It's only gonna take 2 seconds more than whatever restriction you have for me now, if it's possible. Ms. Kathleen Long, are we balancing the money from COVID and the county that we're supposed to get back the right way?
Council President, and yes, Councilman, we are keeping track of that tightly. We have, our head of OEM is in charge of all of our, other expenses purchases. Our department heads are working with our personnel team on salary wage. We have weekly meetings with our, consultants to track, to submit. So yes, we are, this is of utmost importance to us as a city.
So out of the expensive and whatever we have to render the county and match it, they are aligned and we okay on that?
So far, so good. We have been working with them in close connection.
Thank you, Council President.
Madam VA, you're welcome, Councilman. Consent agenda, Madam Clerk, please?
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 11 through 32. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Chowdhury. Discussions? No. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on consent items 11 through 32. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Chahali.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Dowell. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez, can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 4 in favor, 4 absent. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant, therefore the payments of the, consent agenda items 11 through 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we set the public portion for 8 o'clock?
Yes.
And can you give instructions to anyone that will call in? That public portion will take place at 8 o'clock p.m. tonight?
Yes, do you want me to place that in the record now?
Yes, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, at 8 p.m. we'll begin our public portion, and the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press *1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 if you wish to leave a recorded comment, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we take the second reading ordinances, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinances, and these ordinances, which is 1 through 5, I'll read them individually, requires I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, please. Give us a second, please. Just give us a second, Council President.
No problem. Well, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President, I'm sorry.
We're making adjustments. Can we do item number 45?
Okay, and Madam President, if I may, we could also do I know Brian can speak to you, we could also do the first reading when you're ready. So go to item number 45.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
45. Just bear with me. Number 45. Next item on the agenda is item number 45, which is on our non-consent agenda. And item number 45 reads, resolution of support from the City of Paterson to submit the long-term control plan with the municipal and regional approaches. Department of Public Works, Resolution 2549.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion? Being none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, can we do item number 36?
Next item is item number 36 on our non-consent agenda. Item number 36 reads, resolution authorizing the award of contract to SHI for the purchase, installation, configuration, and training of enterprise municipal management software administration, resolution 2538.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilman Chowdhury. Discussion? Being none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 36 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Velez.
Of the city who, the constituents out there use the system will take advantage of this new software. And I noticed the page of Paterson had changed a lot in less than 1 week. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, number 10, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 10. Item number 10 on the non-consent agenda, introduction of the 2020 Downtown Paterson Special Improvement District. And this resolution addressing 2020 budget procedure requirements for the Downtown Paterson Special Improvement District, authorizing reading by title only, authorizing budget introduction, and directing the clerk to advertise it and schedule a public hearing, directing the assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district. Finance Resolution 2512.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Chowdhury.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Councilman Velez, and then Councilwoman Dallas.
Director, thank you for being in, here again. Director, is there any possibility that, you could extend your SID, to on Main Street up to Slater Street, knowing that part of downtown is also businesses and need to be taken care of like your city's been doing, downtown area?
Thank you, Councilman, for that question. Through the chair, Council President, good evening, council members. Councilman, absolutely. It has been a vision of mine since I took over the SID to possibly extend the boundary lines from Ward Street to Grand Street. We can also possibly extend elsewhere, but it's definitely a conversation we need to have. And then there has to be an amendment to the current boundary lines, and that is done through ordinance, through the legislative body. So we can definitely have that conversation.
Because the reason I'm saying is for many years, I have to look at the zoning boundary lines, and it goes all over the cathedral, okay, and top of the cathedral across Slater, and
Right.
some are downtown district, and sometimes, is somebody snoring or something like that? Dr. Pazar, please, can you put yourself on mute? That I noticed the zoning, boundary lines, the line goes across, Slater Street going around, and one is called, downtown district, historic district, and then downtown business. And it's just one less than a foot away. So, I think on that we could send into Slater, those businesses, that is real, a lot of businesses there could take the opportunity of the benefit of cleaning and what the city does, you know?
Correct. It will definitely be a benefit to those businesses. It's my understanding that when the CID was created in '97, they didn't want to overlap into the Great Falls Historic District, but times change, atmospheres change, and needs change, especially for the business community. So, as I said, thank you for that consideration, and we can definitely sit down and have the conversation and figure out how to get it done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Davila.
Yesterday at 3:00, I sent an email and I addressed our corporation counsel, I addressed our BA, every council member. No one responded back. And I said that in addition to the board minutes and the votes, I also wanted to see the minutes of the meeting of the SID district and its members. And that was not received. I don't think we should be discussing or even putting this to move forward if, based on the bylaws, this first has to go to the board and also the SID members. So why didn't we receive the information from the SID members?
Director Cruz, can you answer to the question of why not receiving, and then bring some clarity to whether it is in the bylaws that we need the that information in order to do this title vote tonight?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, before he answers, I addressed the BA. The email went to the BA, not to the director.
Oh, well, Madam BA, if you can answer, and if Director Cruz needs to respond as well, Madam BA.
Sure, Council President. I did forward the email on to the director, and he said he would be able to address that this evening.
Why not respond to my email that I sent yesterday?
Because what I did was I sent it on to the director so that he could be able to respond this evening.
Director Cruz, can you respond to the question that is before us on tonight, so that we as a full council are able to hear the response to that?
Yes, ma'am, Council President, thank you, and Councilwoman Davila. I did receive the email from the VA today acknowledging your question. I did mention to her that I will be on and available here tonight to explain it. Not exactly sure where you got that information about the bylaws. The bylaws do not state that, and I can definitely provide the bylaws to the council.
I have,
Okay. So
I have.
so the and so maybe the interpretation of what you might be reading is probably what needs clarity. So the memberships of the district, go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
Director,
I was just commenting relative to.
Councilman Jackson, Director Cruz has the floor.
Okay.
And then if at that point you would like to respond.
Council President, it's rather disrespectful and inappropriate for the director to give a legal interpretation. The councilwoman, with all due respect, did not ask for his legal interpretation of bylaws.
Dialogue and discussion in operation, so if you want to respond after.
Council President, if I do not want his legal, he's not a lawyer, but I do want him to read into the section that is pertaining to what I just mentioned. I want him to read it into the record. I want to know what he thinks my interpretation, because it says here that an annual meeting has to be called upon the members, so they also vote on this.
Correct. So, Councilwoman, that's exactly where I was going with it. I did not, I don't have the bylaws in front of me. I don't know them off the top of my head, but yes, the entire membership of the downtown district has received their ballots. They have casted them due to scheduling conflicts. We didn't have our scheduled board meeting this month. We're having it next week. But at this point in possession, we have enough affirmative votes where the budget did pass the membership. It just hasn't been read into the record. Once we have that meeting on Tuesday, I will definitely read it into the record in our board meeting. I can provide the council with those minutes as well. But as of right now, I do not have that to provide to you, but I can assure you with confidence that the membership has voted in the affirmative on our budget.
Councilman Jackson and then Councilman Abdelaziz.
Well, first, Council President, and to the director, I mean, respectfully, I mean, obviously, you know that this has been an ongoing item of mine well before you became the director. Part of my concern is that not only has the practice not been cured, and I think there was a valid effort when you came on with making a few changes. In fact, one of those changes was hiring a third-party company who has since fallen off a great deal. The downtown district is probably at its worst. It's even worse than it was in the prior administration from the services that have been rendered. There's some things that have been, there's some obvious improvements, painting of the poles and things of that nature. But I don't see where this budget is, putting people to work. I know we've hired a third-party company. I haven't gotten any information about it. I've been asking for details on the vote and how, because the members are telling me directly that, one, they're not being involved in the vote, and Madam BA, I have yet to receive that information previously and currently. So I just wanted the director to clear up a potential rumor. I don't like to get information via any media outlets, but how true is it that there's been a 30% increase to the director's salary included in this year's budget?
If I may, Council President, Councilman Jackson, the increase, I would say that it looks a lot different than what it is actually. When I started in the SID, the previous director was making close to $80,000, which you and I had this conversation. I came in at $45,000 as basically a starting salary with the promise of a review and of salary adjustment subsequent to that review. After 6 months, the review never happened. They performed the review after 1 year. And at that 1 year mark, the board decided, reflective to my review, that I deserved a salary increase as was basically originally promised when I was hired. We did some negotiation back and forth, and the board settled at $60,000, which I accepted that salary.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Council President. My question is to Corporation Counsel, just a legal clarification or verification. We have some questions about the bylaws. Does the SID board have to meet and approve the election or read into the record the election results prior to the council voting on this? Is that the legal, does the council have the authority to vote on it prior to this meeting, or is there some written in stone that we have to follow these guidelines?
Corporation Counsel?
I don't see Corporation Counsel on.
She was on. Corporation Counsel?
He's honest here. Okay, all right, and maybe the director could give me clarification while the Corporation Counsel gets on. Director, is it your bylaws? I don't have the bylaws, but do the bylaws state you have your election? After the election, the board must meet, and then the council must act. Is there, if that's not written, I think that gives me more clarity that we're doing, Corporation Counsel here now, so maybe Corporation.
Thank you.
Corporation Counsel is on.
I apologize, I had to use the restroom. I do not have the bylaws for the SID, so I do need to look at them to give you a clear understanding.
Okay, then I will do my due diligence, and what I will do, I will email them to you right now and to every council member.
So Director, is that the practice? I know you say there's some scheduling conflicts, but is that the normal for since '97? I guess you guys have your elections?
Correct, Councilman, through the chair. There's no specific timeline outlined in the bylaws. The bylaws call for us to have our membership vote and the votes read into the record, but there's no specific language that talks about when the council should execute that vote. Now, as you guys know very well, every year we go through this process. We are on the same timeline as last year. I believe after tonight's vote, there is still a second reading ordinance that has public hearing, which I believe might be scheduled based on this timeline somewhere mid-October, where by that time, as I said, if necessary, I can provide the council with all the necessary information that shows what we currently have, which is the affirmative votes that the budget has passed through the membership.
What was the percentage of the passing?
Around 80, between 80 and 90%. I don't have it in front of me, but it's close to mid 80-something% of the ballots casted.
So that's overwhelming support.
As we had since 1997, it's never changed. Again, the membership gets the same information that I provide you guys. I have not heard any property owner mention that they haven't received the ballot. So we, for us, it's moving forward as usual.
Thank you. Councilman,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to allow me to ask one more question here. I don't know if the meeting minutes that you referred, I have them. The one that I requested from the one that you spoke about, January 16, 2020. That's the meeting.
That is when.
Correct.
Yeah, through the chair. That is the meeting where the board of directors approved the preliminary budget. Then subsequent from that, it goes out to the membership, which is every property owner in downtown, that we have collected. And again, we would have been had that in the record already, but due to scheduling conflicts, the meeting got pushed to next week. But as I said, confidently, as it stands now, we do have the affirmative votes for the budget to have passed through the membership.
Right, and I see that you have a nice, beautiful minutes of the agenda, even closed section and everything in the meeting. So this will certify into a moment with me. But you mentioned something that this is the first reading of it, you said?
I know just from experience, and this is my second time coming through council, but I believe there's 2 times that I have to come, and one, the second time is a public hearing.
That's
Yes.
right. So, Madam Legal, and I think this agenda was published in error. Okay, so basically, if it was published in error, why we have this as a resolution, not as an ordinance. If we have a 1 and 2 of it, it was published the wrong way then. And then we are.
It's not an ordinance, it's before us as a reading by title only.
No, it says here resolution addressing the 2020 budget procedure requirement for the downtown, authorizing a reading by title only, authorizing budget introduction, directing the clerk to advise it, and schedule a public hearing. So in other words, we're gonna have 2 more processes before this one. We have, and we could, this is what I'm trying to say is that this is this first step to go to the first and second step, and then it will give time to the director to fulfill the petition of any colleagues out there regarding minutes, ballots, or whatever, or results, but not to detain it.
Let's allow, that's not how the process works.
Oh, sorry, I got 4 years here, I know, but I just wanna let you know that.
You have 4 years and this has been the same process, so.
Yes,
Madam
yes.
Chair, can you explain, the process,
Yes.
as to how it goes and why it's before us as a title by reading only, tonight?
Yes, I can, Council President. Councilman Velez, this is a resolution to introduce the 2020 budget for the downtown special improvement district. And the second meeting is for the public hearing and adoption of that 28 days from now.
And I don't know if you understand what I was saying. I understand all that. We are on the baby step right now. So my colleagues had some questions, and he could fulfill that in the second step, in the third step, until it's adopted. That's what I was trying to say. I know the project march. I just act stupid so people could answer the right way. Thank you.
So, Madam
President,
Councilwoman, Davila?
Corporation Council, did you receive and council members, I sent it to you, but I think I'm having a little difficulty bouncing back.
I did receive it, yes, I'm trying to read through it now, but there is a lot to read through.
Section 3.
I'm
hearing about the meetings and how they would meet, their board would meet, and then they would have their members meet, and then it will come to council. That's what I'm questioning.
Right, and there's also something in section 9 that talks about that it takes a certain number of trustees to have a budget, to move a budget forward. So I need to read both and compare both, so it's just gonna take me a minute.
Councilman Abdelaziz?
Council President, I think putting what comes first, what comes next after looking at it. This is the title only. I think going for a vote up or down allows 28 days for the public in that sit to come out and address us as a council. It also gives the sit an opportunity to meet and discuss their election results. I think this is something, we've had many sits in front of us. If the objections are there, I'd love to hear the business owners from that business district come at our next meeting if this passes. Well, I will evaluate the bylaws, and if they're not in the way, I'll see it in 28 days. This is only for us to send it out to the public to say, can we hear you? So I would recommend we move forward.
Council President, how is it that a council member, I'm asking a question based on process. So you're trying to brush it off what I'm saying. I'm trying to say and understand that if this is supposed to come to us after it's already had its membership meeting, its board meeting, and its membership meeting. He said they haven't met yet. He put it on record.
And
So that's what I'm questioning. So you're telling me that go ahead, proceed with it.
Councilwoman, if you read the title, we are not approving the budget. So this is not an approval.
We shouldn't be discussing it at all.
Councilwoman, I'm gonna just address why I stated that. In front of us,
Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Davila, tonight we're only before us to either approve or not to approve the title only of the introduction. It's not for us to adopt the budget on tonight. We still have another process. By then, we will know exactly the votes and the tallies.
yes.
If we want to have some of the members come before us, we can do that as well. But we can decide on tonight as we do roll call, whether to approve or not approve. If it's approved, then we go to the next.
I'm done, council.
Council President.
Yes.
Council President. Well, I find solace in understanding that the members of the CID as well as the residents of the first understand exactly my intent and my direction with this with the effort. What I don't appreciate is the fact that I have multiple council members of other wards who are choosing to weigh in heavily on something, and you make it clearly obvious the intent. So it's rather amusing and entertaining to me. But the fact of the matter is, the process is not that there's a bunch of owners who have to now take time out of their schedules. We've had that done in the past, where they come and sit through a 4-hour council meeting, and a lot of them become disenfranchised with the process. So they have a process, and their process is supposed to be overseen and deliberated on by this council. And that process is not supposed to be undermined. There's a process in which there's a vote that's supposed to take place. And, some of the other pertinent information and, just respecting, because I recall very vividly having a conversation with the director after the last vote, where I believe I may have supported it. I think I might have, just based on his effort, but there was never any mention that the value of the salary was intended to be returned and or surpass the previous director. The notion that was given to me by the director was, that's why we understand it's a part-time job, and that's why it was significantly reduced. So now that the director had gone out and hired a third-party company where his management of the CID becomes even less strenuous on him, but yet he's gaining a 30% increase. Now, I can acknowledge that, considering today's times and inflation and things of that nature, but we don't even have the decency the CID and the director doesn't even have the decency to present that evaluation to the council. Now, we're the financial fiduciary instrument that's supposed to help and manage the burdens of our taxpayers. So, in the past, often the burden was passed on and said, well, it's a CID and the voters have the right to vote. So I've asked for the details of those votes, and yet and still I've never gotten them, even tonight. So, Council President and all of those of you who are looking to support and, not even weigh in on being constructive on this thing, you can do as you please. I've lost this vote 8-1 in the past. I'm sure it'll continue the trend. I'm sure it won't be 8-1, but it does not mean that my position that I'm taking is not correct and it's not right for the benefit of those taxpayers that's paying a bill and are wondering what are they paying for. There's no safety. We have an increased security. The director hasn't given us, the council, who are the stewards of the finances, any direction on what has he done to deserve a 30% increase.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
I'm not done, Council President. I'm not done. I mean, this is a pressing issue.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm not finished.
There is a rule that was set in place.
Well, Council President, again, and as I said to Councilman Flavio, if there's going to be an enforcement on this rule, it has to be fair across the board. You can't shoot to just shut Councilman Jackson down because he's throwing shade on what's going on, and then allow other council members to just
that is in place, Councilman Jackson.
Okay, but again, I have multiple recordings when other council members are going above and beyond that time frame, and no one's saying.
I can't speak to that. I'm the council president on tonight, so I can't speak to that.
Well, okay.
Madam Clerk, will we move forward into roll call, please?
Yes, madam.
So you don't even.
Council President, Corporation Counsel said she needed a moment to read, so you're saying just move forward without having my question answered?
Well, Madam Clerk said that she needed time to review it. Tonight is a Title I reading only. We're not approving their budget tonight. That will be done in the next meeting when it comes before adoption. That gives Corporation Counsel the opportunity to read and to get a clear understanding. It also allows us to have the opportunity to get the votes that are tallied to come before us when we go before for a final vote. Tonight is just a reading. At this point, Madam Clerk is gonna move forward with the vote. If we choose to vote it up or down, that will be the decision by the council tonight. But I think the information that has been provided is enough for us to do a title-only reading. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 10 for the introduction of the 2020 state budget. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this SID has come in front of me, I think, twice now since I've been on the council. And every time it's come up, it's been overwhelmingly supported by the property owners. And I love when people contact me with an issue. I still have not heard from one dissenting resident or property owner from that SID area. I know if this was in my ward and my residents were upset with something, a program that I'm supporting or against, they would come to the meeting and make their voices heard. When 80% or 90% of the people want something in a SID and there's a vote, you know, that shows that this is working. And those are what I look at when I vote for something that's not for the city. So, you know, if it was a 55% approval, then you got some contention within the SID. But when the director tells me 80 to 90%, and I have not received one email from any of the business owners, I have not seen one. I mean, I would love to see all this opposition that I hear from my colleagues. I hope next week they're here to let me know why they don't want the SID. And that will probably make my judgment towards this vote change. So if something the people want, I'm for. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Shahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Get it unmute.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This downtown SID, it has come before us, probably me about 6 times already. And I gotta say, with Councilman Albaziz, you know, I think I received maybe one email of not supporting it. This is just title only. We're not voting on no budget. The SID, to me, has been improving the downtown area. I see it improving. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dowdle.
I don't know where my council colleague of the 6th ward says colleagues with an S, like we don't want this. I had a question, a legitimate question. Okay, as a councilwoman, I do have individuals and at large where I get phone calls and I get texts and inquiries. So I do my due diligence, okay, to be able to ask the question. My question wasn't answered today, and Corporation Counsel received it. It's 1 paragraph, but it's okay. My vote, Madam Clerk, is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson. You're muted, Councilman. You're muted. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Try to remain as consistent as possible. And, you know, it's obvious that my consistency goes above and beyond if there's a director's change or not. And what's very alarming is when you have council people making accusations that's so far off the mark. I've never seen any constituent or business owner from the 6th ward come to a council meeting in contention of anything. But what we do is, out of respect for each other, we understand that the council person of that ward has the relationship. He's knocked on doors, he's gone into those businesses. And, you know, outside of Councilman Velez, I haven't seen any other council members from other wards walking in the 1st ward getting any feedback. You know, there's a woman who lost a building on Cianci Street, a 12-unit building, who called me crying, talking about, well, that was not only her only source of income, but it was the means in which she paid the taxes. And then she commented on how these additional taxes and assessments, from the sewer assessment to the SID, and how it's crushing her. And the woman was in tears. And, you know, it was very tough for me to deal with that, because knowingly that she's not a resident, She lives someplace else, but she's a business owner who's owned that building for 35, 40 years. I can sit here and talk about owner after owner and how they've complained, and yet and still, just a respectful courtesy of what we asked and what I've been asking for the past 5 or 6 years is show me the vote by detail. And the director yet again failed to do so. He failed to do so the last time I asked for it. And secondly, I would like to know where these grave improvements are that Councilwoman Cotton is talking about, because the downtown city is not have any improvements at all. And I think we just, the problem here is there's a gross miseducation on what it is of the processes and procedures that's supposed to happen. For a council person to make a request to expand it, let's take the money that these members of the city is paying and clean up all the way up through Grand Street. I'm relieved to see that at least the director understood that there's a necessity for an expansion of a vote by this council who ultimately controls the city. So this council has yet again failed those members of this city, and quite frankly, predominantly the majority of those members, they're non-Paterson residents. Most of the buildings that are being impacted by this are probably owned by some conglomerate companies in New York, but that still does not outline the necessity for this council to be responsible. So I'll do the responsible thing again, and I'll make sure that I continue to request from the director those items. And I would love to see this report for a 30% increase and see if there's been a 30% uptick in services that have been rendered to the members of the city. And I'm not going to continue on much longer with this. It's disappointing. It's sad. It's a joke in the manner in which these things are being handled, and especially when other council members of the outside of the board have failed to consult with the council person of that ward to find out what exactly is it that I'm unhappy about. But Madam Clerk, regardless of that, I'll be responsible to those members of the city, and my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Glass? Mute.
Councilman Velez, you're muted.
I know I'm muted. I cannot, it's like I want to put my words together. I made a lot of notes, but we're not going to take all night for this. Please, in the beginning of the meeting, I prayed, I say, let's leave our differences, personal agenda on the side and move this city forward. And I don't want to pray in vain that this is not happening in this meeting. So I just want to say that I received some minutes here that highlights that meeting on January 16 that will probably support what we're talking about today. Council President mentioned that we have 45 items in the agenda, and we killed 24 or 22 less than half hour, but now we spend almost an hour in this item. Now, it's simple and easy. Karubi Kain is right. When she said that the special SID had improved in downtown, listen, graffiti removal is a lot. Having a crew out there cleaning downtown is a lot for me. And not only that, if you guys remember when the movie industry was in downtown and most of those businesses was shut down, Director Cruz and the mayor sat down to make sure that those businesses got compensated while they was shooting those movies. I'm tall, but I don't have a short memory. I got a big memory where things are done out here in downtown. Carrying the downtown district is not only cleaning it, is image, is representation. And I think I heard the word part-time, but I think this is a full-time for this director when he directed being in the SID. And when I asked him to move the boundaries of the SID to complete up to Slater, that I believe that part of Fifth Ward is also downtown, but not in voting type of it, they still wanna vote for their councilman in the fifth ward, and stay in the fifth. But yes, I would like to see this moving forward in downtown. But, last but not least, you know, we are here to make sure that we do the legislative part. They present a budget, but approving it is making them accountable and responsible that we approve is deliver to those business owners and to the property owner. So this is the early stage to move forward this agenda, and especially with the SID, we should move it forward to meet forward with any requirement in the next couple of meetings. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. That the record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the introduction of this 2020 city budget is hereby approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Abdelaziz and Madam Clerk, I'm ready to open up public portion.
Council President, Council President.
Council President,
Councilman Abdelaziz first, please.
Oh, Councilman, I'm sorry, Madam President,
Yes.
I have to complete this. It's not completed.
Okay.
I have to put this in the record, because that's what the resolution asks for. I announced the vote 5-1 and third ward vacant. The introduced budget is hereby approved. The public hearing for this budget and the adoption will be held at the next regular meeting of October 27, 2020 at 7 p.m. So the clerk's office will send out the mailing to the various properties within the district so that they'll have a copy of the budget. So they'll know about the public hearing for this budget. So this will be held at the next regular meeting of October 27, 2020, when we'll have the public hearing and then the budget will be adopted if the council wishes to do so.
Thank you. And also, just a request to put on record, Madam Clerk, to Director Cruz. I would like to see the list of the people that are part of that board that are making that are voting on these decisions that we're looking for, just to avoid any conflicts of interest. So if you would send that between now and the next time that we vote, that would be greatly appreciated. Councilman Abdelaziz, please.
Thank you, Council President. I just got to make one brief announcement. I just got off the phone with the Executive Director of the Passaic Valley Water Commission. Residents in South Paterson, Lakeview, and 6th Ward and Peoples Park, you may be seeing discolored water. I'm on it. The Executive Director just called me. That's why I stepped away. It's because of valve operations in Clifton, and because our distance is close to Clifton, we are seeing this discolored water. Please allow water to settle and recheck about every 30 minutes until it clears up. And you should not run the water continuously in an attempt to clear it up. I will stay on it. I'm in constant contact with the Executive Director at the Water Commission. We apologize, but I will stay on top of it. Thank you, Councilor.
You're welcome for your public service announcement. Madam Clerk, could you prepare public?
Council President.
I see you, Councilman Velez. Can you prepare public portion, Councilman Velez, just quickly before?
Yes, just quickly, Director, please, you got to October 27 to bring the records of the voting. You got to October 22nd to bring any minutes. You got to October 22nd to present yourself on the first reading. And in the first reading, it looks like they got one answer. You got still time to bring in the second, but be ready with questions and answers, please. And also, Councilman Abdelaziz, you mentioned something about the water. In any chance the director had the chance, or the Water Commission had the chance to give you a report, what's going on with the water in the first ward?
Councilman, I did not ask any questions in regards to the first ward. I'm receiving numerous calls on both phones about the water, so I'm working for my residents in the 6th ward, but if he calls back, I'll address all the wards.
No, because there was a big issue in the first ward with the water.
That's a discussion here. You could call me also.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait, Councilman,
We have, those residents in the first ward have already been taking care of. The engineer has been working, with those residents.
Councilwoman, thank you.
And, Councilwoman Cotton. So thank you so much. Madam Clerk, Public Portion.
Council President, maybe you might wanna go a little further and enlighten not only myself,
We can do that
but
later.
Council President, we're not gonna sit here and allow you to make a false statement. How have the residents in the first ward been taken care of?
Councilman Jackson, we are in the middle of going into public portion.
But again, you're not gonna make a public false statement and not be able to back that up. How have the residents of the first ward been taken care of? They still have.
We can address that later. Madam Clerk, public portion, please.
They have not finished.
Yes, Madam President. I'll just repeat the numbers for the record. The public portion is now open, and the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. And star 3 to be added to the speaker list. I think at this point, we have someone for the public portion. Would that person please state their name and address for the record? First speaker may begin.
Good evening, Michelle Tobias.
Good evening, Michelle.
Good evening, Mr. Byers.
Sonia, the number that you're giving for us to get on the line is 8326.
8326, yes.
Yeah, you were saying 326, but I'm not going to hold you up. Thank you. I want to ask a few questions pertaining to all the shootings in the 4th and the 1st. And we had a shooting around here a couple weeks ago that scared us to death. And I want to know, could they put one of those vans down in this area of Governor Strait as well? Because it's getting very scary down here. I would like to know, what is the city, the police, the council, everyone putting in place to address this? Because Paterson has turned into the Wild Wild West. I would like to have that answer later. And I have another question. I was told over by Masonic Temple, the 29th or 30th, they're testing for the coronavirus. But we don't know nothing about that. We don't have no papers telling us. My next question. This horrible drug that's on the street, what does the city have in place to address that as well? That's taken a lot of people's in this city. One more question. Lewis, thank you for the calls that you don't get back to me. Every time I call, your mailbox is full or you don't answer me. And as I'm sitting here listening to the council meeting, it's so low we can't hardly hear it, and I have my TV up to 100. So thank you for listening. Please let me know what's in place with this horrible shootings and everything in the city of Paterson. What is going to be done? Because we are afraid living down here in the senior building because we're on the end of Governor Strait. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Madam President, just to answer quick to Mrs. Booker. Yes, I called the manager office. She responded to me, and she said she would take care of was Miss forgot her name now.
Myers.
Yeah, Myers. It's her responsibility to call you because she told me she was gonna call you after I have a conversation with her complaint. And second, Madam, and she was concerned about a lot of stuff. I requested on August 5th a meeting with the police department. Okay, most likely all of the questions that she had to have that conversation with the police is not acceptable. What's going on? Okay, I almost got beat. Okay, I almost got beat on the street. It took an hour to see if I could get a cop to the site. Never responded. I had to take the matter in my hands and resolve the situation. Neighbors came out and protect me more than a cop could come out. Oh, well, I'm not gonna say a cop, probably they was in tied up in a lot of courts. But the leadership of the police had to be strengthened because this is awful. Me to get beat up, well, almost get beat up, strengthened, and almost to trying to get killed in the middle of the street. And let me tell you something, Council President. I dare anybody to Oprah those calls that I made to dispatch that day. They could hear my voice, they could hear the people in the background, and to say, I will send a cop when it's available. I imagine myself, me a councilman, going through this, what about the constituent out there, the treatment that they get? And I'm not gonna blame the little ones. I'm gonna blame the leadership of the police department, starting with the chief of police. He needs to get out of his comfortable zone and get boots on the ground and do what he had to do. Because right now, the crime is higher 80% ever in the history of Paterson. Ever. And whoever lobbied for this chief is making you look bad. Because not me. Not me. And I'm going to persist until I get that meeting and those answers get responded. Not only for me, to all those taxpayers that want the better police department out there, not just in TV, saying that they are the best. So, acting the way they're supposed to act. And this is not to the little ones, to the little employees. I'm talking about the leadership of the police.
Now, Councilman, I know you're
It's ridiculous.
passionate, and it's right, and it's so unfortunate what happened. We're in the middle of public portion. I know the Madam BA is on. There are some items and concerns that Mrs. Tobias has, and we have her contact number. Please reach out to her, have our police director reach out. I don't see him on tonight to answer a request. And also the concerns that Councilman Velez has stated, especially that he sent information since August the 5th. Madam Clerk, are there any other calls on public portion?
Yes, Madam President, we have another speaker, second speaker. Will you please state your name and address for the record? Begin, thank you. Just bear with me first.
Council President, when possible.
Daniel Vergara. Hello?
Mr. Vergara, how are you tonight, sir? Can you just?
Oh, fine, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm calling tonight because I just want to send a love and a hug and embracement to Councilman Luis Velez for the outstanding program that he put together with the pilot program and in the parks with the constables. It was very successful. It was a big change, not only in Roberto Clemente Park, Barbers Park, and Eastside Park, but it was great. Great. We had a lot of good feedback, and Councilman Velez, you deserve a big hand of applause for that pilot program. All the constables were very happy to volunteer their time and services, and we look forward. We look forward to doing more in the community. We look forward to the next summer to hit the ground off hard and do the best we can do it. Once again, an outstanding program. And I'd like to thank Councilman Velez from the 5th Ward, from all the constables that were involved in the program and are still active and willing to do other things in the community. And thank the entire council for picking individuals for the position of constables that you do, and the outstanding background checks you do and everything. And we have very good people here in the city of Paterson, and I'm proud of that. So thank you, and I wish you all a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Vergara. Madam Clerk, are there any other callers?
There's no one else for the public portion, Madam President.
Can we have a motion to close?
Close.
Move to close by Councilman Abdelaziz, second.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Chahari?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila? Randolph?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So very quickly before I vote on this measure, and respectfully to Councilman Velez, because I think it's very disappointing for you to have received any type of disparaging treatment. No one is entitled to that. But respectfully, Council President, Councilman Velez went on well above 3 minutes. And this is what I'm talking about. If we're gonna have a practice, then the practice should be delegated clearly across the board. We can't have certain people, stepping outside of that, and then I'm being muted. It's very childish what's going on here. I'm the voice of the people, and I'm not sitting here rambling. If there's anyone that can talk to me about something that I'm inaccurate about, then I'm willing to entertain that. But to be muted like a child, this game has been going on way too long. Corporation Council, Madam BA, Council President, there needs to be a measure to bring us back into the council chambers, because this, city business needs to be handled on a more professional manner. That's the first thing. Secondly, just acknowledging the call of the first caller, because none of her concerns have been answered. Council President, you brushed right over it and didn't answer it. You didn't allow the BA an opportunity to answer it. The fact of the matter is, not only was there multiple shootings last week, one of those shootings resulted in a casualty and a fatality. And every single week, there's more shootings that are taking place in this community. So I laugh at you guys. You guys are a laughing stock, a joke. When someone can say that the downtown city is cleaner, it's not any cleaner than the city's any safer. In fact, it's the worst it's ever been. The entire city is terribly, disgustingly dirty. And it's more dangerous. So with that being said, I don't want to continue on. Please, through the chair, Madam President, as the chair of public safety, we have not gotten any reports on the hotspot ordinances. We haven't gotten any full-fledged reports on the uptick in violence. I want to see a report from both public safety, from the public safety director, from the police chief on all the rash of shootings that we've had recently that have taken place. I want to see what the numbers are looking like now in comparison to the years past. And I also want to see, this hotspot legislation and how it has definitely not impacted the shootings, because these shootings are taking place all over the place. So I guess we're now going to start implementing a citywide curfew or a hotspot ordinance on residents now, because we can't seem to get the job done. And yes, it's due to poor management. And I'll go further on the impacts of this poor management across the board within this administration. So those of you who are talking who have this notion of, Councilman Jackson just wanting to be negative, guess what? The entire city is a reflection of what I've been talking about for the past several years. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to make it short and sweet. Mr. Vergara, thank you for your words regarding the pilot program with the council in the park. I have a full report of the job that was done at Roberto Clemente Park and other parks regarding the quality of life in the park since July 2nd up to the end of September to September 2nd, that the constable volunteer their time to be in the park. So I have a full report that I will supply it, submit it down on the road when we probably have more time in the chambers with pictures and everything for the people who understand how the pilot had worked and moving forward with the constable. And last but not least, sorry I took 3 minutes, but when we talk about the quality of life of the city and we see it out there, taxpayers, our property are going up. The response of the police is lacking, and I only have to blame the leadership of the police department. I cannot blame the little ones. They're the one that have to step forward with a plan to curb the crime. They're the ones who have to step up forward with a plan that works. And we spoke on committee, on public safety committee. It was a disaster. We spoke in private. It was a disaster. Now I want to bring this meeting to the whole entire chamber because everybody had to express their questions and answer had to get fulfilled. But if they wanna go around and around and around and around and give a kiss and a hug but not address the real issues that the city parents are facing with the quality of life, it's not on me. Since since August 5th, I requested this meeting with the whole entire council to discuss matters of quality of life, police respond, what is the plan, even if they wanna go in detail to do it. And it's the life of the people out there, and they are demanding that. Thank you, Council President, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, just before I vote, and it's gonna be very quickly, Madam Clerk, we are doing city's business, and I am not saying that what is being stated is not valid information. Sometimes it goes off into a tangent and is not connected to what is on the agenda for tonight. Not that it's not important, because the information that's being discussed or stated definitely has relevancy to it. We have to stick to the agenda and what's before us. We are always open to dialogue to have that discussion, but we have to be able to be in a place where we respect each other. There is set in time, whether someone spoke 3 minutes or not. From this point on, Madam Clerk, can you set the timer? 2 minutes will be the time as we're speaking to allow each council person to speak, to not go over the 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. That the record reflects that the third ward is vacant, therefore the public portion is now closed.
Madam Clerk, can we do our second reading ordinances, please?
Yes, Madam President, what I would like to do, since the second reading ordinance requires a public hearing,
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Jackson.
our next item on the agenda will be our second reading ordinance. For item number 1, and anyone wishes to speak on the public hearing, what I would like to do is to read the item first, so the public can be aware of which one we are working on, if they wishes to call in and give them some time. The item number 1 for second reading, which requires a public hearing, is an ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on 20th Avenue between Railroad Avenue and Straight Street.
Move.
I'm taking a motion in a second yet. I'm
Okay.
reading it to the public so they can be aware of what we need at the public. I'll do them individually.
Okay.
What requires a public hearing, and the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 if they want to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, or star 3 to be added to the speaker list. The number is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Madam President. Would you like a council member to speak, and then we could get into the item? Just to give everyone.
Can we go into the items first, and then we'll go back to whatever discussions, Madam Clerk, so we can stay on task? And then, I know Councilman Jackson has a question. We can go to him after, but let's go into the item first.
Our
My
next
question
item
is with regard to an item that passed, so why would we go back to discuss it?
Well, if the item has passed, it's already in the record that it's passed, so why would we discuss that?
I'm not saying a vote passed, I'm saying the item, and my question is regarding the current item that we just finished, as opposed to going into another item. You just basically said a moment ago that we have an agenda, and on that agenda is the public portion. Within the public portion, there was questions raised with regard to certain issues, and particularly the uptick in violence, and you just brushed past it. You didn't get to it, nor did you allow the BA to the concerns of the constituent.
Councilman Jackson, that is not true. I referred it to the BA. Our police director is not on the call on tonight. They will get back to Ms. Tobias. Councilman Velez also requested a meeting with the council as a whole. That also has been taken into consideration. It has not been brushed off. Those items are very important. We are now into the second reading ordinances where the public portion is required. Madam Clerk, item number 1, please.
Good, because you allowed the item to pass without the BA answering the question. What's the point of having public portion without the BA or the administration answering?
I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that as a council president.
And it's my job to point out the fact that you're overstepping and not undermining the residents' question.
You're overstepping and you're out of order.
How am I out of order? I posed a question. I have the ability and the right to.
Madam Clerk, please, item number 1.
Once again, I have the ability and the right.
Next item on the agenda is on the second reading ordinances. Item number 1, an item public hearing is required. Item number 1 reads, an ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on 20th Avenue between Railroad Avenue and Straight Street, Department of Public Works, ordinance number 20053.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second. Second, Madam Clerk. Discussion?
Discussion, Madam President, is possible.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Just to not go back and forth, 1 and 2 or 3 ordinance was discussed in 3 or 4 times in committee, 3 or 4 times in workshop, 3 or 4 times in first reading, 3 or 4 times in second meeting before this one. And this is all mandated by state regulation. We was behind not putting up the signs on this area because it's under the train trestle in the area. So no parking or standing is required anywhere.
Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, once the item is read into the record, the public hearing has to be open, so there's no discussion.
Oh, sorry.
After we close the hearing. So just for the next time, Councilman Velez, all right, so the hearing should be open first. Anyone calls in, we close it, then we speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any callers for this item number 1 for 20th Avenue?
Yeah, at this time, the public hearing is open for item number 1. And I had a report from Brian, there's no one that called.
Vote to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close.
Yes, madam. Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 1, Councilman Abdelaziz.
I think the councilman from the 5th ward was saying that these are easy ordinances, so there shouldn't be discussion. So I look forward to the councilman not asking for discussion for 1, 2, and 3. I still his interpretation. So Councilman, you're absolutely right. We discussed it a lot, so maybe you won't ask for a discussion. My vote is yes.
Councilman Kennedy.
My vote is yes as well.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, I mean, I think it's safe to say, and it's a matter of being consistent, it's clear to see which council persons will challenge the status quo and which have nothing to say but simply a yes vote. And that's what's disappointing, because in the condition that this city is in, and you have residents calling up asking about active shootings and where people have been murdered, and the people who are tasked to be responsible for making sure the safety and the well-being of the community at large is here to do the city's business, and we simply undermine those residents' opportunities to have questions answered, as we just did recently with the public hearing portion of this. So what I'll do is I'll utilize the 2 minutes every time I have a 2 minutes standing, and making sure I make my point clear. I'm here in representation of the public's interest. That's it. There's no political agenda. I don't have no team that I'm riding with to vote collaboratively with. And my vote has not been influenced. And it's disappointing to see some of the people and how, they're extremely boisterous about the condition, and yet they get an opportunity to be in a position of opposition, and they simply just vote yes. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, just in a matter of protest, my vote is no.
We're closing the public hearing on item number 1.
I'm well aware, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your vote is no. Councilman Glass?
Listen, taking the point of Councilman Jackson, it's a good idea that he used 2 minutes every time. It will be 180 minutes if he used it in the whole meeting because we got 45 items in the agenda. So if he used 2 minutes in every item, it will be 180 minutes that he will be speaking every time. So that would be good and interesting. But yes, my vote is yes. Yeah, it's moving for close to Paul.
Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk. Can we have a roll call for the vote, Madam Clerk?
Okay, yeah, I know, said it first. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Let the record reflect third ward is vacant. The public hearing is now closed and item number 1. So vote, do a vote now to adopt?
Yes, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, roll call to close, roll call on item number 1 for second reading, Councilman Abdelaziz.
All right, Councilman Velez, I'm gonna give you a little math equation. There's 22 items on the consent agenda, which only gives him 2 minutes. Please let us know how many minutes he will have, minus 22. My vote is yes.
Councilman Charlie? Councilman Charlie?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
I'm gonna do the math right now.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Cotton, are you there?
She's not here, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila?
Councilman Abdelaziz, I started to go there, but you vote first. Councilman Velez, don't mind Councilman Abdelaziz. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So again, as these items continuously move forward without, council members and members of this body, as well as members of this administration, what's rather concerning to me is when I utilize these moments to take these opportunities to address the community's concerns and for an example of when the young man who was wrongfully charged of a crime, who had been rightfully cleared of that crime. This administration has clearly neglected its opportunity to make sure that a homegrown resident of this community, somebody who was born and bred and was raised in this community, is without a job. When I watch on how this administration and the members of this council co-sign the activities of this administration on how we allow non-residents to come in and have opportunities of employment, and we don't go hard for the members of our community, that firefighter Hunt is still waiting for an answer. And so am I, Madam BA, Madam Corporation Counsel. And, these are the types of things that I get disappointed about. And I'll elaborate a little bit further on the next opportunity that I have to speak. And I don't know if I can depend greatly on the answer of that question to be correct. Because I think Councilman Velez said 180 minutes for 40 plus items. Maybe he meant an hour and in a few moments, but it would not be 180 minutes. And I started my clock late, and I'm about a minute and 30 seconds. I hope someone else is going to keep the clock because I'm going to be on it the entire evening. In fact, I'll be on it from here on out. When are we returning to the council chambers? We spent a great deal of money. I hear it, Madam Clerk. Thank you. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Oh, that's good. To address my Councilman Abdelaziz, following the rules of order here, he mentioned me about my time, by the adding of the time. And this actually it's 44 minutes. Adding 2 minutes from the public portion comments or whatever will be 46 minutes. And Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm a councilman. I don't have an aide. I'm not a math teacher. I'm not a gym teacher. So I try to do my best with my minimum knowledge I have in the council. So saying that, yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
Yes.
Okay. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required and this ordinance. An ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Grand Street between Railroad Avenue and Crosby Place. Department of Public Works, ordinance number 20054.
Move, no discussion.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Madam Clerk, public portion.
The public hearing is now open for item number 2 and item number 2, ordinance establishing a no stopping or standing zone on Grand Street in Railroad Avenue and Crosby Place. I'll just repeat the number again. It's 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. I will just signal that there's no one else calling for the public hearing on this item, Madam President.
Motion to close.
Move.
So Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes, moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second.
I did
By
that.
Councilwoman Davila. Madam Clerk, roll call to close the public hearing.
Yes, roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Patton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
1 second. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. That the record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed for item number 2. Roll call in item number 2 for approval for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Patton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Obviously, I'm in favor of this item. I think that, it's been clear that the efforts of multiple council people around their wards in understanding the context of how, the flow is around the ward has been pertinent to the safety of the community. And with that being said, it's, what's rather disappointing. And from here on out, my methodology or my direction would be to address you, the members of the public, because obviously I have gotten very little places by addressing members of this body as well as the members of the administration. What's concerning is those of us who have chosen to step forward to make sure, because we all can acknowledge that the community, this city, has been poorly ran for a long time. In fact, it is the reason why in which the state of the city is where it is. So when I see these consistent groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cutting ceremonies, state of the city address and things of that nature, when we're not talking about things like violence, things like city cleanliness, the uptick in rats all over the community, and yet we still come here, we vote on measures such as this, four-way stops and street namings, and we write citations and things of that nature. I want to assure you, I'm not wasting your time. I'm not writing any citations, and or I'm not here just simply trying to rename a street for a feel-good moment. If these items are not pertinent to the well-being of the overall well-being of the community, then what's the point? And if people are going to take these seats only to do with the person who has been in the seat prior to them and not challenge with the issues at hand and vote yes on every single measure, then what is the point? And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez? Okay.
Oh, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. So the record reflects that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3, please.
Next item is item number 3 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Ordinance Place between North Second Street and North Fourth Street as a one-way street eastbound. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20055.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second.
Jackson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Public hearing, Madam Clerk?
I heard Jackson too.
No, he didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
The public hearing is now open for item number 3, and the one wishes to speak on this item, dial 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. Can we just give them a couple of seconds, Madam President? See if anyone responds.
Move to close.
Madam President, there's no one for the public hearing on this item number 3.
We have a move to close by Councilman Velez. Do we have a second? Second, Councilwoman Zavala. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing.
Yes, Madam. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chahurdy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Dabbler.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman.
This is for what? For close the public portion?
Open the public hearing on that number.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 2 absent, one against, 2 absent. The record reflects third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed for item number 3.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chahurdy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Dazzle.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let the record, this is for closing the,
No,
let-
the second reading.
yeah, let the record reflect that this was put forward by Councilman Jackson in committee meeting regarding the, establishing this, four-way stops, one-way street, eastbound. He did the diligent work, to see what was the problem there. So Councilman Jackson, thank you for bringing it forward and putting the change in that North Second Street and North Fourth. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on Market Street between East 29th Street and East 30th Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20056.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Is there a second? Second, Madam Clerk. Moved by Councilman Velez, second by myself. Public hearing, Madam Clerk.
The public hearing is now open for item number 4. An ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone in Market Street between East 29th and East 30th Street. The number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Let's give us a second, Madam President. Madam President, I was informed there's no one for the public hearing in this item.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 4, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Hardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
And Jackson.
No.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you. What is it, public portion? Yes.
It will be the public hearing. Thank you. Madam President,
Yes.
vote is 5 in favor, 2 absent, 1 against. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing is now closed. And item number 4.
Roll call, Madam Clerk? Item number 4?
Roll call on item number 4 for approval in second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Number 4.
Yes, look,
It's the,
no,
it's the loading zone and Market Street between 29 and East 30th.
no,
I'm sorry, Councilman, I didn't get your vote. You just said no?
no,
Oh, thank you. Councilman Hardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Councilwoman Davila?
So, before I vote, I really have a problem with loading zones throughout the city of Paterson, because I've always said our city looks like an entire loading zone. Everywhere you go, you can't park. It's either handicap or a loading zone. So we have a lot of issues in the city of Paterson, and the fact that we've actually taken away some parking because of 4-way stop signs. I know we're in the middle of roll call, but is this for specific, I'm trying to figure out where the location is again.
May I?
Council President, if I could just ask the chair, just real quick, it's
Yes. Director Rodriguez?
The director or the chair?
Director, real quick, Director.
Oh, okay.
It's in front of the, I think, Kings, I think the name of it, Kings of Upholstery. I'm Market Street, close to the gas station. I believe that's the name of it, Kings of Upholstery.
Correct.
Yeah, so no reflection on any business or anything, Council President, none at all. I always wonder, with certain businesses and why they need a commercial loading zone. So, at this time, just because just as an overall, I'm not in support of this, commercial loading zone today. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Well, one, I have a different take on it, mostly because I understand how difficult it is to be in business in a city that's overly congested, overpopulated, especially on those main arteries such as Grand Street, Union Avenue, Market Street, Main Street. It becomes very difficult to receive goods and services in areas where it's high density, high traffic traveled areas, because the trucks have to double park. There are no loading zones and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter is, loading zones have very little impact on the residents, because, especially working class residents, because they end at a certain time. But the other thing is, my bigger concern is how the entire city, and I want to put this on record, because the way in which these boards, and particularly the planning board, who just approved the 26-unit building on Coral Street, it's a one-way where the development is short 10 parking spaces. This is why the community is being over-congested and oversaturated. But yet and still, there's so many deals that are being made with the administration and with certain, members of the council and some of these boards, in which these items are just easily passing by. So
you know, the ones who are paying the grunt, wearing the grunt of it are those who've been here, who are struggling to make ends meet, and yet they're still being forced or they're responsible for paying their fair share in taxes. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm very familiar with the area, and I know that the councilman of that area does his due diligence. I'm gonna support it. My vote is yes. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Councilman, I think I was muted. Sorry, I got your vote. Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Madam President and my colleagues, on the first reading, I was the one to put it to rest until I do the diligent work to find out with the owner why he needed this loading zone. He explained it that it's only gonna be like 22 feet loading zone for a van or a pickup or a straight job work, because he received loads of furniture to unload, in the area. So, he's just next to two particular houses, and he wanna not park the truck when he don't find parking in front of those residents' houses, and park it in front of the business to avoid the truck going to the resident area. So that's why I still consider that it was good. So, I think that will alleviate the problem of parking his unloading and loading, out of his business and not taking or blocking residential area in the area. So, saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Councilman Cotton, are you there? I think Councilman Cotton?
No, she's not there.
Okay. Madam President?
On this one, I have to agree with Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilwoman Davila. I've gotten complaints from people that have handicap stickers or they're trying to find parks and they have a lot of concerns. So on this one, I have to agree, my vote is no.
Madam President, before you continue, there's a problem with Ruby Cotton that she got technical problems that she needs to be participating.
We'll make sure Ryan will go to her office, to check on that. But we're in the middle of roll call, so, Ryan, if you could just check on Councilwoman Cotton to see.
Okay, can you hold on till she wanna use my computer? Probably she wanna do the vote.
We're at the close. I voted, Councilman Velez, so we voted. Madam Clerk, can you call the vote on this one? And she'll be fine. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. It's gonna be a tie vote, and it's gonna say the vote is 3 in favor, 3 against, 2 absent. The record reflects the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 4 fails. Second reading.
Council President?
Madam Clerk, item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Council President, legal opinion?
A legal opinion for Councilman Velez?
Yes, please, Council President, if Madam Corporate Counsel is in the line, I need to ask you a question. My colleague, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, had technical difficulty. She's in the meeting, but she's prevented to cast her votes based on technical difficulty. What rule will apply, because she being disfranchised from the vote because technical difficulty, and it's not because she's absent. She's trying to fix her computer and et cetera, I'm offering mine so she could be participant. Can you tell me what is wrong here?
Also, you actually need to talk to the clerk and have the clerk opine as to whether or not roll call was complete. Because if roll call is complete, then roll call is complete. But that is Madam's clerk area, not mine.
And matter of fact, Madam Clerk acknowledged that she had a problem with the computer, so something had to be placed on hold until she was.
At the point when you identified her technical concerns, I have voted. I am the last vote as the council president, and the vote at that point was closed. Madam Clerk was reading it into the record. We're now moving, Councilwoman Cotton, she is now back online. The issue has been corrected. We're now moving to item number 5.
Madam President, the problem was not when I noticed it, is when they came in and running to see if they corrected.
Nevertheless, to save you some headache, if you want a motion to reconsider, you could do that down on the line while Rubicon, to get it back. You have the right to say, motion for reconsider, there's a second, we can reconsider that item.
All right, I want a motion to reconsider that.
Do it at the end.
Oh, yeah, okay, I will do it right away, you know.
Item number
I
5.
suggest how to get things passed, if you need it.
Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 5 for second reading. Public hearing is required on this item. An ordinance establishing all-way stops control at the intersection of Sherman Avenue and Henry Street. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 20057.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Zavala. Madam Clerk, public hearing, please.
Yes, Madam President. The public hearing is now open for item number 5. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 5, an ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Sherman Avenue and Henry Street. The number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Just give us a second, Madam President. Madam President, I understand you have no one for the public hearing on item number 5. May I have a motion to close?
Moved by Councilwoman Zavala. Do we have a second? Second, Madam Clerk. Call to close the public hearing.
We'll call to close the public hearing for item number 5. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Shahardi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan, Councilwoman Davu,
Councilwoman Zavala.
Councilwoman unmute. She's still talking.
Councilwoman Zavala. Councilwoman Zavala, okay.
I'm sorry, we're,
Closing the public hearing for item number 5.
yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With all consideration of our limited time to address some of the community's concerns, while I'm voting on this item, on this measure to close the public hearing, Council President, if you can at all, at some time during this meeting, allow for an opportunity for the public's concerns to be addressed with regard to this latest endeavor with the Paterson Beach that was open on a contaminated land site. I've been getting a great deal of calls from the residents of the First Ward where a number of elected and appointed officials have been not only spending time there, but encouraging the public to go in and utilize the space as well. And it's a great concern of mine because it must have, how could it have passed through the process of the permitting process if it is in fact on a contaminated site? So I'm hoping, Council President, that you'll do the responsible thing and not have a private closed door conversation, but allow the administration to address it in a public forum with the public's concerns. For all of those members of my ward, their concerns can be addressed. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
thank you. Councilman Velez,
This is to call the.
the public.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 5, the public hearing is now closed. And item number 5.
Madam Clerk, I think Councilman Velez wanted to do a reconsider on item number 4. Would you like to call that motion to the floor?
Can we complete this?
Yes, can we vote on this one, Madam Clerk, first, and then we'll go to 4?
Roll call on item number 5 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Jahardi.
Yes, before I vote, I want to say I commend Councilman Luis Velez for putting this particular ordinance up. Sherman Ave and Henry Street have had a variety of different issues, and this will definitely protect life and property. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I want to thank my committee to take diligence and responsibility of bringing the community concern into the table and moving forward into first and second reading. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor. 3 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, through the chair, I would like to have reconsideration item number 4, ordinance establishing commercial loading zone in Market Street between East 29th Street and East 30th Street Road, ordinance 20-56. Public Works, please.
Okay, so we're reconsidering the vote on item number 4. Is there a motion and a second?
May I ask Councilwoman Rubicon is online?
Are you making the motion, Councilman Velez?
Oh, yes, I did a motion.
Can we get a second? Second by Councilman Abdelaziz.
No, I said, is there a second? I didn't second it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Al. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Chowdhury. Do we have to open the public hearing again, Madam
No,
Clerk?
we don't have to do that.
So Madam Clerk, roll
I have
call.
to take a vote. I have to take a vote for the reconsideration.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the reconsideration for item number 4. Councilman.
No.
Councilman. Councilman Abdelaziz on the reconsideration.
No.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
As the vice chair of the DPW committee and the request of the chair of the DPW committee and the 5th Ward councilman, I'm going to reconsider my vote. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the reconsideration is hereby adopted on item number 4.
Thank you.
So now I have to do a roll call to adopt this item number 4, second reading.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 4 on the reconsideration. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So my vote hasn't changed from about 4.5 minutes ago. The loading zone, what I have a big deal with, and the big issue that I have with loading zones right now is that there's no time limit on these loading zones. This area has many residential properties next to it. It abuts my ward where my residents could be possibly parking in this area. There's an issue with parking. I think we need strategic loading zones. The city of Hoboken has done it great. They put loading zones on each corners for all the businesses. They have 2 loading zones on each block. not in every front of every store and giving the loading zones. It's been working in the city of Hoboken. I plan on doing that on 21st Ave when we reconfigure with the grants, the curbs, the sidewalks, and the paving going on there. I think that's going to be the model for the entire city. They put them on the corners. They are central, or they are loading zones for an entire block. So if there's 2 stores, they all use it. And I just can't. And secondly, this is a county road. I don't know if the county has to say on some of this stuff also. I don't know what's the precedence if we're going to the county for approval for stuff that's on their roads. I don't know. That's some legal could probably answer, but my vote is no.
Yeah. Councilman Hurley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dabo,
As I stated before, with the consideration of the request from the chair and the 5th Ward Councilman, my vote is yes.
thank you. Councilman Jackson, unmute yourself, Councilman.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
First and foremost, if residents of the 6th Ward are coming over to the 5th Ward to park, it's probably because there was some projects that were over there that were approved that was short parking spaces. There's an overabundance of residents, and now they need to vacate their own ward to now go and park in front of a business. And, secondly, I think, my young colleague over there in the 6th Ward is a very intelligent person. So it would surprise me if he wouldn't be fully aware of this, but loading zones are not designated for one person. In fact, they're not designated for residents. They're designated for commercial vehicles, and if a commercial vehicle is doing what it's supposed to be doing, it's more than likely doing a drop-off or a delivery, and it's continuing its route on wherever it's going. There should not be any stagnant parking in loading zones. Loading zones, in fact, the law is every block is entitled to a loading zone on each side. It's one on each side. So if there's no loading zone present there, then that means through the director of the traffic division or traffic engineer, he would have informed us that, you know what, there's another loading zone there, so therefore we cannot put a second. But every street, especially in a commercial district, should have a courtesy of a loading zone, because how else are they supposed to receive their goods and services without delaying the members of the public, doing their normal day travel? And it's especially on a street like Market Street, where it's a very highly congested area. So I think there's some research that needs to be done by the councilmen of the 6th Ward, and also maybe we should visit some of those projects that's getting approved over there, and hopefully they won't come up short on parking spaces, which is forcing residents to have to vacate the 6th Ward to look for parking. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Wow. Everything for a loading zone. I just want to address the facts of when people speak about something. As Councilman Adelasi stated that he will do and implement the loading zone in each corner of the streets. And I believe that we cannot break the law to put loading zone on crosswalk or stop sign, because the law says you cannot park on the corner if it's a stop sign 25 feet away from the crosswalk, 10 feet from the fire hydrant. So more likely you're going to see that on the corners on the street. So before bringing that idea, it's going to be a safety issue putting loading zone on curve or corners of the street. It will block the view of the drivers coming an intersection. It could create a big problem of traffic and accidents in the area. The second one is, yes, when we pass a resolution or ordinance in county roads or the county is involved, what we do is we send a resolution and that ordinance to the county to acknowledge the decision that we have made in our roads and also county roads. Last but not least, I'm glad that he have noticed that people from the 6th Ward park their car in the 5th Ward. That means some kind of safety and security measure they taken because they feel safe that the 5th Ward they could park freely without no problem, without breaking glass or whatever. That's a good acknowledgement that people are parking in the 5th Ward 1 block away or 2 block away from the 6th Ward. So saying that, thank you, Councilman, for taking consideration this measure. Once again, in the beginning of the meeting, I said, let's leave our personal agenda on the side and let's move what the constituents of the resident of Paterson need. And this is part of it, doing things so they could feel comfortable that their business will grow and they will do a safe business in the area. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President,
My vote is yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Madam Clerk, can we do the first reading ordinances, please?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is our first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. Item number 6, an ordinance amending Paterson Code Chapter 445, titled Taxation, to establish a medical cannabis transfer tax pursuant to NJSA 24:61-1, economic development.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion?
No discussion.
No
Roll
discussion.
call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 6 for approval on first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Shahardi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an item that, I think that we talked about at the workshop about the 20 miles an hour. The speed limit is 25 miles an hour. I'm not sure if.
Councilman.
No, that's if you get high.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. I didn't ask nobody to help me.
No, Councilman Khan, we're on item number 6, Councilwoman.
I know we are. Oh, number 6. Okay. Thank you. It passed for now.
Okay, Councilwoman Dowd.
Oh, that's that tax. Yeah, that's that tax.
Okay, Councilman Jackson,
Madam Clerk, can you please read the title once more, please?
the title?
Yes.
Yeah, item number 6 for first reading is an ordinance amending Paterson Code Chapter 445, titled Taxation, to establish a medical cannabis transfer tax pursuant to NJSA 24:61-1, and this is from economic development. Chapter 445.
This item,
4:61-1.
my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, Madam corporate counsel is here. 445-23, administration of medical cannabis transfer tax. I just want, for the second reading, before the second reading, I need to have that NJSA 24:61-10. I want to make sure that don't say that if it say 2%, or if we could go higher than that locally. But for now, I'm going to vote yes, but I need a clarification on that because Mr. Powell stated that there's a law that says only 2%, but he never brought it forward so we could read it on that aspect. If the law allow us to go like a cigarette, a little bit more higher for it, it will be good. But for now, I'm going to go for this one. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
I need that information for the second reading, that's fine.
Councilman Dowd, I think I had you.
I'm sorry, did I just skip over? I wasn't sure.
No, I called, but I couldn't find him, sorry. His number's
Okay, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, this is for first reading for item number 6, correct?
Yeah, the first reading, yes.
My vote is yes.
Okay, so I thank you. I go back to Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I remember we did talk about this one about, raising it more than 2%, but I believe that he said that the law stated that we can only go 2, so, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Before I vote in Economic Development Committee, this was discussed. Director Powell, could you please send that information out so it can be distributed to all the council members of that law where it states the 2% and that's the only amount that's allowable per the executive order that came out? Please send that out so that every council member can have it before, the second reading on this item. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 6 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of October 13, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
This item is item number 7. No, for first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance reducing the speed limit to 20 miles per hour on 20th Avenue between Strait Street and Martin Street, Department of Public Works. Number 7.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Roll call on item number 7 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Councilman Chahardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
This is the one I was getting ready to talk about, but, I think that we need to look, deeper into this, by changing it to 20 miles per hour. And the speed limit is 25 miles per hour. I think that there's other things that we can do, to make it safe there, so my vote is no.
Councilwoman Davlin. Councilman Davlin. Councilman Davlin. Councilman Jackson.
Pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
This is no brainer, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody knows that 21st Avenue have been is real congested. 20 Avenue is becoming a highway. People are trying to speed up through the area. The seniors having conversation with the 20 Avenue seniors, and 3 schools are in the area. Also, a foot traffic of school students and everybody around. I did the diligence to bring it to as an ordinance to make sure that it works, and it's going to work as it work in other places that we have put 20 miles per hour from 25 to 20 in other areas in the city, and also in other towns in surrounding us has even 15 miles per hour. So if they have it, it works here. It could work here in 20 Avenue, knowing that the people avoiding 21st Avenue with the congestion of traffic try to cut through downtown or getting out of the city to 20 Avenue and speeding. This will prevent accidents in the area. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One, first acknowledging that the community is in duress. We have a sense of lawlessness around this community that has climaxed beyond what I've ever seen in my entire life living here. You have people who are riding illegal motorbikes without helmets. You have people who are disregarding stop signs. You have the amount of accidents that's taking place citywide is at an all-time high. Never mind the drug trafficking and the number of homeless people. These are all things that are having an impact on the quality of life for, the residents. So as a person who says, well, you know what, things are not good here, I want to be an instrument of change. How do you do that? How do you do that if you don't take measures to do something different? So it's rather concerning when people say, well, I think we can do other things, but yet and still, there are no other continuing. And what's best for the community. An impact on 20 miles per hour versus 25 is so incremental that it just to do it for an observatory period, just to see if it's going to help people, would be the responsible thing to do. But to vote no for an item like this without having a solid reason or rationale, I agree with you, Councilman Velez. I actually think that this measure needed to be at 15 miles per hour and not 20, but I'll support it in the way it's been written, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Madam President.
So on this particular item, the traffic engineer who does the traffic studies in the area, not only did he present the information, he was on our workshop call and he did not agree with this item. And so because our traffic engineer did not agree with it and he's the expert in this area, I'm gonna go with that recommendation and my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 3 in favor, 3 against, 2 absent. The record reflects the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 7 failed first reading.
Council President?
Item number 8, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 8 for first reading. No public hearing is required. Ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone in East 22nd Street between 15th Avenue and Park Avenue, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Is there a second?
None, motion fails.
Is there a second?
Second, Council President.
There's no second, Madam Clerk.
Second.
Second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilman Jackson second for item number 8. Roll call in item number 8 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Once again, this is spot checking ordinances and no conformity for the neighborhood. This is what we're talking about. I go first and I can't rebuttal to some of my colleagues talk about and what they're saying about other areas. We cannot just create ordinances for certain little designations. This area is many residential people. Think about if you're a resident. You go home, you park in front of this area, you take a nap for an hour and a half, you get a parking ticket, right? It's a spot, there's a school. If you're a teacher that parks outside, that means in the middle of your class, you gotta move it. It makes no sense that we're starting to just pick and point, and that's where people have confusion about parking. The residents on that block, I looked at it, I drove around there, multiple residents, 2-family homes, there's residents on top of this establishment. Just think about if you lived on that block, you go in there, you park your car, you sit down and you gotta get out in 30 minutes. Nowhere else on the block has it. Nowhere else. This is in front of a business. We can't continue just picking little spot ordinances and zoning and back to the speed limit, right? You're driving and for one block, it goes for 5 miles per hour. That's a trap zone. You know, you go in, they can get you, you don't know that. You do the whole block. It's conformity. That's urban planning. That's what it takes to make sure that we do things right. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Trahardy?
No.
Councilwoman Cotton?
We had talked about this ordinance that was put on before, and I believe this business probably been there for it's probably been there for quite some time now. That area is really quite congested, and at this time, I can't, vote for this. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Gabriel? Councilman Jackson?
The challenge we have here is that, this is the purpose of having a well-rounded group, groups from multi-faceted areas of the community. If you don't have an understanding of how a small business, you see all these commercials all throughout the community, all throughout national TV. Support small, support small. This is how, the community thrives, and this is how industry is the baseline of where industry is built. We don't even understand the complexity of how the impact that's happened in this community, where we have torn down 18 stories of level housing buildings, and then we're building them all throughout the community, and we're doing them. These projects are being approved and by the dozens, where there's a shortage of parking spaces, and the people who are being impacted are people who are trying to run a small business. A 30-minute parking or these designated parking spaces aren't permanent situations. They function much like a loading zone. They're not a 24-hour thing. So if there's people who are working, they're normally working, and they're not home needing to park during the hours of when these types of parking designations are in place. But we refrain from using logical context when making these decisions, and we just say, well, there has to be a better way without any other suggestions. In the meantime, these businesses are drowning, and they're still obligated to pay the increases in taxes that this body and this administration is failing to deliver on. So, it's very simple. It's a simple item. And of course, I'm going to support what's right for the community. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
As I stated before, I inherit this application for way before July, and I just want to the record, reflect what happened here for the audience that are watching at this moment. And I have the documents here because it's good to talk with documents. There's a business owner and residents of owner of 3 property in the same area. 1, 2, 3 in the same area. Okay, one after the other, owns 3 property. One of them has a residential and business since 1974. In that time, there was not a lot of cars around. There was not a lot of business around. Now this area is congested with a lot of business, also with residents and more cars than houses. Now, if you look at the application that she submitted, just in case, in the beginning of the meeting, I said, let's leave our personal agenda on the side and let's legislate for our people that ask for legislation. Right now, this business put an application signed by her requesting. The application is saying parking zone, but our great engineering of the city of Paterson attach a picture and reduce it to a parking space. In other words, this little space is what's going to be taken from that street. 1 car space, ladies and gentlemen, 1 car space is going to be taken. It's not the whole entire street. It's not the whole entire zone. The ordinance, yes, says establish a 30-minute parking zone, but if you look at the first whereas, it says 30 minutes parking space. So in other words, if you guys want to consider it, is okay. But I'm going with the language, and the language will speak by itself. It's only one car space, and that will benefit not only the business, it's always benefit the resident too, because it has a time limit. It's only from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And from there, people could park anytime. One space is total different of a zone in the area. So saying that I have the facts and I did the diligence to go out there and speak to the owner and the position of the Fifth Ward that requested this way before me being a committee, my votes will be yes. Thank you.
Councilman Davila, I see you're back. We're voting on item number 8.
My apologies, council members, I got an emergency call, so I needed to be off. So we are in number 8.
Number 8, yes. That's
First reading?
Yes.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President?
Our vote is no, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 3 in favor, 4 against, 1 absent. The record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 8 failed.
Item number 9, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 9 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a no parking zone, a new street between Dixon Avenue and Hugo Avenue, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 9 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chahardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Madam Clerk, please read the title again.
Yes, item number 9. An ordinance establishing a no parking zone on new street between Dixon Avenue and Hugo Avenue. Dixon and Hugo.
Yes.
That's number 9. Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Do notice, yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. That the record reflect that third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of October 13, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
After Councilman Velez speaks, Madam Clerk, we'll go on to item number 33.
Thank you, Council President. Just for the record, and I want to put it in the record. Ordinance number 6, I believe number 7, no, what is this? Number 7 failed. That will, it failed, right? Number 7?
Yes, sir.
Correct. That's to reduce the speed from 20 to 25. It failed. Okay. And also it fails the ordinance for this the loading parking space, not the parking space for that business. I just want to put on the record, ladies and gentlemen, that when it comes up to safety, and I have, which one came back? Councilwoman Davila didn't vote on number 7, and she had an emergency. I don't know if she wanted to consider that. But the thing is that I just want to put on the record the 600, 800 seniors that live in 20th Avenue, Governor Towers, at this time is taking notes. Okay, their safety comes first. Okay, and I want Madam BA. I want please to send a memorandum to the Paterson Police Department that any accident that occur on 20th Avenue between Straight Street up to the mentioned street that we have here to reduce Martin Street be logged. Miles, hours, or speed of the car that was going from this point on, because trust me, I'm the first one. Well, I don't want to say, to make liable, just say. All right?
Councilman
Trust
Velez.
it. Just say that the safety of the people are first on any personal agenda. Thank you.
Point well taken, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, can we go to item number 33, please?
Yes, next item is item number 33, resolution appointing firefighter Troy Ayers as Office of Emergency Management Coordinator, Administration, Resolution 25-3.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Zavala, second by Councilwoman Mims and
Excuse me, Councilman Velez was second.
Velez and Kai.
Yes.
Moved by Councilwoman Zavala, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Kai. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call on item number 33 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz.
I want to commend our fire chief and the mayor for appointing firefighter Troy. He's going to do a great job of city. He cares about our city. I've seen him out in the streets and his hard work for the city of Paterson. And now, we got to keep our prayers to our former emergency management director, God rest her soul, and Troy has big shoes to fill. I know he is going to probably do a great job in this role. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Hurley.
Our fire Troy is a true professional. He has a history of community relations. He's done an unbelievable job in his position, and I know he's going to do even a greater job as the emergency management coordinator. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say congratulations to our firefighter, Troy Ayers. He is truly, truly a community person. He's constantly around. He's constantly helping each organization throughout the city. And as they said, he has big shoes to fill with Rhonda Thompson, who was our emergency management coordinator for years. So it is an honor for me to vote yes to have Troy Ayers as our emergency management coordinator for the city. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dowdle.
Chief McDermott, I think you've done a great pick. Congratulations to firefighter Troy Ayers. I am sure that you are up to the challenge. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a great deal of respect for our Chief of Fire and an enormous amount of respect for Brother Troy Ayers, he's done a phenomenal job up until this point. I'm confident he will continue to do so. I'm favorable for this pick, but I will be remiss, Chief. You know this concern weighs heavily on my chest. I've addressed it with you. I'm waiting for the administration to address it, as well as the members of this council to come in support of this. I still, I'm going to continue to make wave on this issue. There's a firefighter who has been sidelined, who is a member of this community, who has been vindicated and who has shown through his years of service and his years as a Paterson resident and a person in general. And, these are the issues that I really take front stage with. I don't care to have my name on any resolutions or any ordinances or anything. I'm here for an advocate for the people, and I'm going to continue to do that. And I'm sure that my brother Troy would appreciate these efforts as well. I'm looking forward, Madam BA, to hearing the answer on what is the status with the firefighter Hunt, who has been sidelined and is waiting to hear back before this becomes a lawsuit that the residents of Paterson has to pay for. With that being said, congratulations, Troy. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Well deserved. Mr. Troy Ayers, I never had a no for good things. He always says yes for good things. And way before he had this position, he was out there with the community, out there saving life, out there and in there with the members of the fire department, because whatever he expressed outside is the same thing that he expressed when he's in that firehouse. So, he's 24/7 charismatic and a person with a good heart. And I know that one of the good things that he has is that he has the Lord first in his heart, and that's why when you have the Lord in your heart, you prosper in a lot of things and in the right time. So my vote is yes.
Madam President.
And so, Chief McDermott, I want to thank you for remembering that firefighter Troy worked directly with Gabe, and he was able to get coaching and training from him. And so not only is it great for firefighter Troy and all the great work he does, but it also speaks to the legacy and the passing of Gabe. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The third one reflects the third one is vacant. Therefore, item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Item number 34, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Item number 34.
Councilman Velez, can we come back after this item, please?
Yes, please, yeah.
Item number 34, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 34. Resolution authorizing the award of contract to Shy International Corporation for the purchase, delivery, installation, and configuration of fiber optic cables for the fire department headquarters. Contract number 2018011/FHI under Omena Partners, formerly U.S. Community Administration, Resolution 2536.
Move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 34 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I'm continuously having some technical issues. Can you please read the title for me once more?
Item number 34. I think there's some weak signal. I could hear it sometimes. Resolution authorizing the award of contract to SHI International Corporation for the purchase, delivery, installation, and configuration of fiber optic cables for the fire department headquarters. Contract number 2018011/FHI under Omena Partners, formerly U.S. Communities, and this is under administration.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes on this, yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, but the record reflect the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Councilman Velez, you had a question or
Yes, matter of fact, Council President, with all due respect, I just requested respectfully to this council to consider number 7, ordinance reducing the speed limit to 20 miles per hour from 20 Avenue between Straight Street and Martin Street. Basis Councilwoman Marisa Davila stated that she had an emergency and she was out. So based on that, to see if she could be a participant in that vote. And you can reconsider.
We come to that after, let's finish the agenda and then we can come to that at the end.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Item number 35, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 35. Resolution reappointing Arismendi Tejeda as a constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Mayor Andre Sayer, administration, resolution 2537.
So moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 35 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I'm gonna abstain.
Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Davila.
Abstain.
Madam President. Madam President.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 2 abstain, 1 abstain, but the record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Item number 37, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 37, resolution honoring the life and legacy of Georgia D. Scott, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson, City Council, Resolution 2539.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Councilman Jackson.
Moved by Councilman Jackson. Second by Councilman Davila, Cotton, Mims, Velez, Al,
And Kathleen Long too.
and the entire council. Moved by Councilman Jackson and seconded by the entire council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President, everyone. Thank you. Roll call on item number 37 for approval, Councilman Abdulaziz.
I did not personally know Freeholder Scott, but I've read and heard about the impact that she has had on Passaic County and the state of New Jersey. As the first African American freeholder in Passaic County, she has opened the doors not just for the African American community. After her, we've had the first Hispanic freeholder, the first Muslim freeholder, the first African American freeholder director through Freeholder Scott. So I never personally met her, did not know her, but when I read about her, I had goosebumps knowing that she opened the door for many people in this great county. And God rest her soul. My condolences go out to her and her family. But you know, she has the legacy that we shall always remember in this great city. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hurley.
Yes, there couldn't be another resolution better than this in honoring someone that has given so much to the county and city. Her legacy in itself is going to be definitely written in the history books. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I can remember when Freeholder Georgia Scott was on the board, and it was truly an honor being part of the National Council of Negro Women, which she was a life member of. She was truly a wonderful person. And if you have known her, you would say she really loved her community. So also being part of the NAACP, she's the one who started the the Citizen Alliance for Drug-Free Paterson. She started that. Now it's known as the Paterson Municipal Alliance for Commission for Women. So, you know, we can go on, but she was truly a wonderful person, and she's truly going to be missed. But she set the path for many women like myself to be able to come behind. And I'm happy to have been able to have been sitting with her for a little while. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One, I appreciate the support from each and every one of you for this item. I don't like to bottleneck or encapsulate people in these firsts deal. I mean, in spite of her being the first African American woman freeholder, she was more than that. She was much larger than that. She was a pioneer in our community as an entrepreneur. Not only was she a business owner that ran a very successful business that outlived her tenure in Paterson, because even after she left, she passed the torch. But the impact that she had on young people in our community was resounding. And because of people like her, and these are some of the things that we're missing today in our community, young people were able to overcome excruciating circumstances in which the intensity of race relations and economic barriers that needed to be wrestled with. she was able to not only just encourage people, but give people the tools as she helped families endure these circumstances of those enwrenching times. So with that being said, as a friend of her daughter and her family, you know, I'm happy to have been able to bring this measure forward. And although it's not been my forte to categorize and rename streets, it has been a request of her family. So I will be looking forward to bring that measure forward, because people like this, young people who follow behind years after, need to understand that someone like herself was present and made these opportunities available, not just for herself, not just for African American people, as Councilman Abdelaziz pointed out, but she broke barriers and kicked open doors for many, many people from many, many walks of life to be able to come here and enrich themselves by, you know, laying forward her commitment. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm extremely happy and proud to vote in the affirmative on this measure. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
You know, we could go way, way back from the form of the world. And if you start looking, this made me proud to see people of color open the way and paving the way for others. You know, listen to our colleagues saying they have paid, they have opened the doors, and I go way, way back. People of color have opened the doors for others. Now it's time to stand behind them in every moment. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
We continue to stand on the shoulders of giants. Everything has already been stated. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect. Third vote in favor. Item number 37, hereby adopted.
Council President,
Item number 38, yes, Councilwoman Davila.
before, because I know you were gonna call item 38, I just kind of like wanna put something on record, because I see that now we're gonna move forward. If you're gonna go in order, to vote on, the appointments of constables. And, you know, I requested, some information, about the ordinance. And, I kind of question some of, the reason why we have constables, okay? And the motive of maybe some who want to become constables. I abstained earlier from a position because I took a position based on no one contacting myself or another council member that had a previous appointment and decided not to reappoint. And so I think I told this to the BA, that is something that should be addressed when we are choosing who we want to appoint. I know there's a background check. I spoke to Madam Clerk, and I know it comes from the state. But I've seen a few individuals dressed as constables and being active in certain activities in our city and have not been appointed yet. And so that's a problem. And I think I told this to the BA. No one should be wearing a uniform, a constable uniform, and being in an event where constables, which, by the way, I want to know I would say the requirements in terms of, I know the ordinance and how it's established. There shouldn't be more than 50. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes. 5 for each.
What is the reason why we have constables is more of probably my question. I know that Councilman Velez has done a great job in terms of doing this pilot with the constables that are currently appointed for assistance in the parks, right? What else is their duty? Because I have a problem when we're gonna go ahead and appoint someone, and I look at, if you are over 35, you cannot apply to be a police officer. Okay? So I just want to know, you know, when I read and it says that you, in order to become a constable, all you need to do is be 18 and obviously not have, you know, go through the whole background check. what does a constable do? Is it just to patrol parks?
Madam Clerk.
These individuals going to be working out of nightclubs, and so I have a lot of questions about these appointments and motives on why certain individuals will want to become constables. Okay, and I want to put it on record that constables are not police officers. They do not work for the police department, to my understanding. They are appointed by council members and yes, have to go through a process. They do not carry a gun and cannot be using their badge to say that they're police officers. And I'm putting that on record because I've already gotten some individuals to reach out to me about that. So Council President, I just wanted to put that on record. It is a regular meeting today. And I just want the rest of the council members to understand where I'm coming from with this, okay? I think it could be a liability in terms, again, why do you want to be a constable? When we decide to choose a class for police officers, we say, why do you want to be a police officer is one. Second, there's an age limit, and there's a reason for that. All right, and I think that, and I'm gonna put on record, Madam BA Corporation Counsel, that I'd like to make an amendment to the ordinance, okay? Because I'd like to put an age limit. It should be from 18 to, we should do it like for police officers. So that's a consideration and I'll take it to the correct committee. Okay, thank you very much, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Velez and then Councilman Abdelaziz.
I just gonna defer it to Mike, Corporate Counsel. Corporate Counsel will highlight all the questions that Councilman Davila just asked because we were working together into putting order in house. So Madam Corporate Counsel, can you highlight where we at, where we started, and where we're moving forward with the constables?
So the questions that Councilwoman Davila asked were whether or not they're police, and obviously they are not. These parties are parties who, while they are appointed by the council, they're not on the city payroll. They do not serve the city necessarily. They are essentially able to be security at events. They're able to do things as such. Councilman Velez has requested and has been working with me regarding an ordinance to increase the number of constables in the city, additionally to kind of define the role because the role is ambiguous. And that is a concern. So that is what we're working on to define that role.
And also, I want to add that, yes, I have a lengthy conversation with the state of New Jersey regarding the constable. They are on board also in amending our ordinance, and based on their information and information given to our corporate counsel with the director of police, we put in duties and responsibility on the ordinance that was Vegas, and that never exists. Now we put in order in the house regarding the duties and responsibility and liability of the constable. Also, keep notice, corporate counsel, Councilwoman Lodge Marissa Davila requested an age limit. Please, can you look into the law if that is suitable for that? And if it is so, let's move forward with her request to put it also in the amended ordinance that we have for constable.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Davila, I wholeheartedly agree with your questioning. The role and purpose, and even the ordinance, usually there's a body explaining what's the need. Every ordinance that we have, this one does not have a need. It doesn't say, it tells you the qualifications, but I have some questions. Councilman Velez, the first question, Madam President, please, if you give me a couple minutes. Councilman Velez, you stated that the constables have done some programs throughout the summer.
It's a pilot program that I put together, knowing that they are appointed by the council. We decide to do a pilot program in the park, voluntary their time, and they give it to the quality of life in the park. Not only in Roberto Clemente Park, whatever anybody had requested constable, they have been fulfilling that volunteer duties.
All right, so there was some work being done, correct, Councilman Velez?
Tell me what is some more.
Like in the parks, they were doing security, they were providing the service, correct, in your pilot?
They are only for the tier. report and inform.
All right, Madam Clerk, how many constables do we have approved and sworn in, please?
I don't know often, Councilman, but
I'm assuming that number does not exceed 50?
well,
Correct.
no, each council person, along with the mayor, is allowed 5 each, and that's why we have 50. The 9 council members, the mayor, that's 10, and they're allowed 5 each, that's the total 50.
All right, so that's what I mean, so there's no, so there's not more than 50, but we have people actively, as the councilman said. Madam Clerk, has any of the constables provided you a report on or before the first Wednesday following the first Monday of each month?
They bring in their report sheet monthly, so it's here on 5 for the constables. So we have them on 5 for each person who.
So each constable has given you that report?
Yes, they bring in, we have a yellow sheet that they bring the report in and they file it with the clerk's office.
And then these reports are forwarded to who?
It's given to the clerk's office and we keep them on 5.
So in our ordinance, it says it shall be reported to the chief of police. Are these reports being sent to the chief of police?
One of my secretaries are working with this. I'll double check if they're sent over on a monthly basis. I'm not very sure. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Well, it's important, and many of the questions I receive is who do they report to? Is there a tracking system? Who is liable? The Corporation Council, in these programs, if something goes wrong, right? If someone gets hurt and we get sued, who is liable for this? Because their uniforms say Passaic County Constable. Is this the county that's responsible for them or the city of Paterson?
I would venture to say, and I have to do some more research for you, however, the city appoints these parties. And the county is not taking responsibility, from my understanding, for them. So this is a city appointment. The city is going to more than likely have at least some responsibility for their actions.
So is it?
After that, Councilman, not to cut you off, but when they go through the application process, each constable is required to take out bond insurance that covers that particular, if something happens, the liability is up under that bond insurance, which is part of the application process for each of these constables, and they pay a large amount to get that coverage for themselves. And not be approved or even come before this council without that insurance being paid.
No, Council President, that was my next thing. I do see that they receive bond insurance, but that bond insurance is an amount of $25,000. In a hefty lawsuit, that won't get you a pack of gum and a cup of coffee. The legal fees will surpass $25,000 on a simple memo to the city.
Now, Councilman, I'm not sure what you're reading, but the bond insurance that's required is $1 million. I'm not sure.
I'm reading section 21-5, chapter 21. Each application shall renew a company indemnification home harmless agreement for the benefit private bonding company in the amount of $25,000. Each application shall also be accompanied by certificate of liability insurance not less than $25,000. I think we should amend that to make that higher. Well, Council, I'm reading that.
So we probably have to amend it because when they do the application, the constables, the requirement is $1 million for bond insurance.
All right, and then
Council President?
Councilwoman, I have one more question for Corporation Council.
She haven't answered one.
The city county, and this is why Councilman Dowell is correct. We should have further discussion. You stated that we appoint them. Do you think that them or the constables wearing Passaic County is a misrepresentation of their office, and that the county could probably sue us also?
The county has not appointed them, so that is a concern for me, and actually, that was part of the discussion I've been having regarding the change in the ordinance, because there is a state is looking at constables, the state is looking at the purpose, the use, and so that's part of the reason we've kind of installed on the change of the ordinance, because I need to know what the state's position is regarding constables, whether or not the state of New Jersey is even going to continue to sanction them, or to think that this is akin to special police and there being some kind of confusing situations where people don't know who's who. So once we get the final report, then we can amend the ordinance, because I don't want us to amend and then we find out the state says this shouldn't happen, this should happen, and then we've done work that for nothing, so that's what we're kind of waiting for.
So I have a question, Councilman Al, because it goes to your point. This uniform is new. They didn't have this uniform before, so the question goes back to what you're saying. Where did this new uniform come from? I don't remember.
It's always been Passaic County Constable, Council President. It's
Right,
always,
in the uniform, I've never seen that on
it's
the.
always been. It's
Yeah,
always-
let me tell you where they come from.
That's right, Madam President,
let me-
I'm just, so
Yeah,
that,
let me tell you where that uniform come from.
one second, Councilman Velez, so Councilwoman Davila, that's always been imprinted on the uniform?
yes,
Yes.
that piece of it, and I've always questioned that, and Council President, respectfully, I say that, even through Corporation Council, if you hear what she's saying, there's concerns there. I think the other thing, I don't know if you were gonna allude to this, Councilman Abdulaziz, about also, you said that they can serve as security, right? So security meaning, you be a bouncer in one of our local places, are you SORA licensed? Is that something that is needed? Because you can't be security if you're not SORA licensed. And so I'm just saying to myself, what's the purpose and the reason why somebody, would want to be a constable? Like, what's the sole purpose of it? And I just have questions. I truly do.
Council President, yes. I don't know if you wanna address corporate counsel and then come back to me, Madam President, you wanna, corporate counsel address Abdulaziz line of questions and then come back and finalize this?
I wasn't finished, actually, I have one more question. So Madam Clerk, in our ordinance, if these reports, have you received reports from every constable?
Councilman, I cannot answer offhand. If I have for everyone, I would have to go back and check in their files. So one of my secretaries handles this, and I know she does a very good job. But I can give you an answer tomorrow.
All right, because I just want the record to reflect in our ordinance, failure by a constable to file a report for 2 consecutive months, unless he or she was prevented from doing so by physical incapacity, which shall result in his or her removal from office. If this is a very serious position. If we're expecting them to be security, these are just similar to police officers, that they have to follow their guidelines. We gotta make sure we're following the guidelines. I wanna make sure who is accountable, so the clerk tells me she holds the reports. In the ordinance, it says it goes to the chief of police, so I'm assuming that the chief has some say in this. And I will be very not shocked, because sometimes in our great city of Paterson, sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, and I find that out after I make a couple phone calls. But if they're not submitting the reports, this is not a ceremonial thing. And Councilman, finally.
Councilman, before you continue, if they don't work, they will write that sheet and they'll say no work. If they haven't have any work.
All right. And finally, Councilman Davila, I just read this also. I know they work clubs, I guess, I heard clubs, bars, liquor stores, parties. Do they do that or no?
I think it's if they accept the opportunities. It's not required as part of their assignment. That is if they want to take on those extra assignments. But the amount of
Council President, Section 21-11, restrictions on outside employment. A constable should not be employed in any capacity in an establishment which serves alcoholic beverages in compliance with NJAC. Oh, and then this is where the liability comes. If we're here thinking they do that, I think we've seen that. Something goes down at these establishments, they provide security, someone gets hurt, they're not supposed to be at this establishment, it comes back to us.
So
fine-tune this corporation.
Mr. President.
It's a good program at heart.
But they don't work at that.
We just gotta make sure.
Council President.
That we would have to look into to do. I don't think it stops the items that are on the agenda on tonight.
No, of course not.
I agree, it doesn't stop.
Have a discussion in regards to the overall, what it looks like. The individuals that are on the agenda tonight, they paid almost $1,000. They went through the process of criminal background and all of their due diligence to be even presented before the council. The entire program possibly needs to be revamped. but we have individuals that are on here that we will have to take individually one by one to present before the council that have done their due diligence based on the law. I don't know individually if they're looking to, because that's not a question that's asked, but the law says that they are not able to work in those establishments to do that. For the most part, to serve to help the city.
Council President.
One second, Councilman Velez.
Yeah.
I don't want to prolong the discussion because we still have items left. I think we need to move forward into going to the items, but we definitely need to have, as Councilwoman Zabla said, Councilman Abdelaziz has already said, and working with Corporation Counsel to look at the entire Chapter 21 in our E360 code, to look at the language, what's there, if it needs to be amended or changed, and bring it back before the council as a whole.
Council President, yes.
Right? So can we move forward, Councilman?
No, I'm gonna move forward, if you allow me just a second, because there's a miscommunication here, and I don't want them out there to think that nothing is getting done. And Madam Corporate Counsel could testify on this. This Paterson Code of Council we have been reading for many years back. Our presidents used to name constables. Even people that are here used to appoint constable way before this July 2nd, when I become more interested to put in order the office of the constable in order, and I see the interest that has lined up on the councilmen to work together and to put in order the office of the constable. Let me remind everyone here that I was the one to take off the ranks of every constable out there, because the ordinance do not establish a rank file. And this was on March 12, 2018. That we didn't have a chief, we didn't have a lieutenant, we didn't have this and that. Now, Councilwoman Mintz, let me explain to you that I see the interest. When this pilot started, probably not a lot of people notice what is a constable is. Now the pilot is moving forward and looking for positive things to put everything on place.
No,
hold on. Let me defend all the statements. Let me defend the statements. I'm saying that we're gonna work together.
I'm trying to give it before I mute you. We have went past that. We're gonna go into a large dialogue.
All right, so, yeah.
The work that you've done with the council, I think people will agree that you've done a phenomenal job. We appreciate all the work. We're not coming against the work you're doing. What is being stated tonight by various council members is that we need to look at the constable's definition of roles and responsibilities, look at the language so that it fits to 2020, right? It was written many years ago. Times have changed over the decades. The council is saying, let's take a look at it. I agree as a whole, we should do that. For tonight, I think we should move forward with these items.
Council President, before you move on, I just want to put just one thing on record.
Yes, Council.
For Corporation Counsel, to put it on record that when we make this amendment, that any constable that uses that badge to impersonate a police officer should be banned from ever becoming and removed from the appointment. All right?
And in addition to that, Councilwoman Zavala, if they are not approved by the council currently, they should not be in uniform.
I think that he should also add that because they've been doing it already, they should also never be able to participate because they've been out there already impersonating a constable without the proper approval.
Councilwoman, I think they got a bigger issue if they impersonate a cop. They're probably gonna get arrested and charged and deal with the judicial system.
I want to put it in the
I
ordinance.
think not being a constable is the least of their worries if they get caught impersonating a police.
You would be surprised what has happened with some of our constables going to other municipalities with a gun. All right, so be careful.
Council members, Thank you so much. That was a great dialogue. Madam Clerk, can we go to item 38, please?
President.
President, next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 38.
Madam Clerk, I'm muted. I've asked for the floor on multiple occasions. I mean, am I just gonna be disregarded?
I did not hear you, Councilman Jackson.
Okay, well, it's just very tough for me not to acknowledge the fact that Councilman Abdelaziz went on for over 9 minutes. You never threatened to mute him. Councilman Velez is trying to make a stern point, and all of a sudden, you pulling out the.
Councilman Jackson, if your point to interject is.
Council President, do I not have an opportunity to speak?
But your point
Are you now gonna overspeak me as well?
It is unacceptable.
Are you now gonna overspeak me as well?
Madam Clerk.
I have my 2 minutes to speak, or you are not.
Councilman Jackson, you
want 2 minutes to speak, or you are not.
It is unacceptable. Madam Clerk, item 38, please.
What is unacceptable?
Number 38.
Acceptable. I don't have an. Now I'm not duly elected, and I don't have an opportunity to.
Item number 38, Madam Clerk.
So I don't have an.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not gonna allow this to continue. I don't have an opportunity to speak on the matter. Everyone else, Councilman Abdelaziz went off for 2 minutes. You didn't say.
Disrespectful and rude. It's one thing to
How what I'm.
Madam Clerk, item 38, please.
How is what I'm saying?
38, Madam Clerk.
I'm stating the fact. I'm being disrespectful. How is what I'm saying?
Madam Clerk, item number 38.
Madam Council President.
Yes, hold on for a second, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Council President, 1 second, please. I think you muted me. Hold on. Okay. I'll repeat item number 38. Next item is item, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Next item is item number 38. Resolution appointing George L. Nunes as a constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilman Gilman Chaherty, City Council Resolution 2540. The motion?
So move.
Gilman, it's
Moved
your.
by Councilman Chowdhury, second by Councilman Velez
Second.
and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chaherty.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, this fiasco has become, I mean, it's been a charade for the longest time. First of all, when you take on a position, you should understand the complexity and or the boundaries in which the position you hold. It is called the Passaic County Constable for a reason. So the information in the factual context that Council President tried to interject is actually inaccurate. And I'm trying to understand how, when a council person is bringing forward factual information, is it ever disrespectful? I brought forward the concern before that if there's going to be a limit on speaking, it should be done fair across the board. Councilman Abdelaziz was allowed because she's in the circle of those endowed people who are falling in line with the mayor's views and positions. He's allowed to go on for 9 minutes when other council persons are not able to give a perspective on it. And particularly, I would like for anyone in the community, anyone, to point out what did I say that was disrespectful. When a person doesn't know what they're talking about, it's not disrespectful to bring forward a correction. It's called the Passaic County Constable. The Paterson Municipal Council does not regulate and or create the legislation. it is governed under the office of the Attorney General, and it's done by the state of New Jersey. So if in fact what Councilwoman Davila was trying to lead to is if there's a courtesy amongst colleagues and there's someone that has not been reappointed for whatever reason, there should be a courtesy that is extended. But here, there's an enormous amount of disrespect because people don't understand the courtesy and or the role in which they hold. Some people believe that they've been endowed with titles and all of a sudden it indoctrinates them with a higher level of understanding than others. But here is an example of that untruth. But I'll say this, and I respect Councilman Chatterjee a great deal, and I respected him for many, many years. But my concern is his appointment is only going to be until November, and I would hate to see an appointment of his outlast his tenure, and without having that certainty and clarity, I'm unable to support this measure. I'm sure the person that he's appointing will be good for the community, but I'm sure the person who will be elected by the people would want to have an opportunity to have those appointments and not have it overlap into his tenure. So I cannot support this item, but I will bring clarity to the community where others have failed. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I'm here. Sorry, I'm used to mute myself. I just want to bring a point of clarity. There's appointment from July 1st, 2022, June 30th, 2021. Is a whole year appointment. And I just want to commend Councilman Coleman Chauvery because he did the diligent thing. He received the names of this individual that want to be, or he chooses the individual that want to be constable. And there was two particular constables that came forward to him. And Councilman Second Ward gave me a call and asked me if I was comfortable to do this kind of appointment. I explained him why not in one of them and why not and yes in the other one. And he respected my decision. You know, the other constable was a disorderly individual. He was removed before even the term was finished. So he respected my decision. So if everybody does that and respect everybody's position and get some facts, why is not getting appointed by that other councilman, it will bring peace between us, you know, and moving forward. Once again, at the beginning of this meeting, I stated and I pray, let's leave our personal agenda on the side and move the agenda of the city forward. And this is part of moving the city agenda. When people request such thing to be in the city, to be doing voluntary work, so my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
And so let me say this to the community. Community, I'm not going to go into a long discourse because it's not necessary, but there's one thing to give information or to correct information. There's another one when you want to disrespect the person that is trying to guide the meeting to ensure that there is a level of decorum. There has been many discussion, which I think was a very healthy discussion, about making some changes or amendments to Chapter 21, which is the E360 code of the constables, which is a great idea. Has not been done in a long time. I commend all the council people that brought it up tonight. There's some concerns that they've seen and they've heard in the community. That's another great thing that was done on tonight. I think anytime those things are done, they need to be presented before the council as well as the community so that the community is aware. When it comes to what we're doing and how it's being done, we have to do our due diligence and read. Chapter 21 is on an E360 code. Anyone can look at it. You can Google it, Paterson codes, you can put in constables, Paterson, it will pop up and you can read it. There's a lot of information there that's not clear. It's true depiction, and that's why the need to have a full discussion or dialogue around it is great. Yes, from the legislative perspective, there is law behind constables, absolutely, but there is law here locally. On the books, it's an ordinance, which needs to be amended. There needs to be some clarity around a lot of things that are in it, and I commend this council for even bringing it up. I look forward to those discussions and those amendments that are coming forward. We as a council, we're here to move the city forward. We're here to do the city's business. Everyone has their way of, or their purview on how they choose to do it, but we need to move forward, work together because we're better together. Jorge Nunes is the item that we're discussing. My vote is yes. I commend him for wanting to be a part of someone that will volunteer after paying out of his pocket almost $1,000 for the procedure to volunteer to help this great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects that third ward is vacant, therefore item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 39, please.
Item number 39. Item number 39, resolution appointing Maria del Pilar Rivas as the constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Dr. Lisa Min, City Council Resolution 2541.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 39 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Tahari?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And, again, as I continuously do, my job is to enlighten and inform and keep the public connected to what we're doing. It's alarmingly concerning to me that we spend this amount of time on legislation that we have absolutely no control over. The mirroring legislation of the constable legislation, the council does not have the ability and or the authority to override what is written by the state legislation, as we don't have the ability to override federal legislation. We have an authorization to authorize what has already been written. So therefore, the authority that's endowed by the constables is not endowed by this council. But some of us wish to, take that on as if we're and giving these people this authority, but we don't. But what we do have the authority to do is to make sure that those residents in our community that we're silenced on. So when I make a big deal about the fact that the councilman going on for 9 minutes, but when I'm shouting that there's been an illegal hire in the city where the person doesn't reside in the city, and or when a resident of the city is being poorly treated and no one wants to answer to it, and the council president makes an attempt to snuff out my concerns by silencing me, that is a grave concern. And in fact, with this appointment here, with this person not even being a resident of the city of Paterson, why would we make that such an appointment? My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Durant?
I'm 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, you hear me?
I can hear it.
Okay. I'm not gonna be here to judge the way the person live or not live, or, once again, I'm here to do what I'm here to do. This person made the requirement of passing a background check. She fulfilled the application. She fulfilled getting the bond. She fulfilled a lot of things that are already requirements to become a constable. Our office of the city clerk do a diligent work to make sure that these papers are in order. Thank you, Madam Clerk, to be doing this. Your staff, your deputy clerk, your secretaries, pull times to make sure before this ordinance draft, everything is on place. And before I vote, let me say this for the record. You know, those councilmen that are be appointing constables on the city of Paterson, I invite you to come tomorrow to the PAL site that we going to start a 16-section training with the constables that are appointed to the city of Paterson constable office, with our former PBA Local 1 president and former Paterson Police Steve Olimpio is going to give 16 sections, classes, okay, to 10, 11 constables because they are desired to get trained in law enforcement. They have desire to train how to contact themselves with doing reports, to do a survey report, to do a lot of things. And the first time in history in the city of Paterson that I was able to put together a 16-section course for constable. That's how dedicated I'm being with this constable, because I want this office to shine, and then the only thing you have to do is appoint them, and I look to the moving forward, they get trained, proper trained, for they could serve the community and the capacity of volunteering. So saying that, I think that we need more females in the constable office, and this will be adding into it. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Council President, before you speak, I know that we're in the middle of voting, but, you know, I believe there appears to be a conflict. This appointment, you moved it, and she is your aide, and I think it appears to be a conflict, and I don't know, Corporation Counsel, if you can put on record if that is a reflection of what I'm saying is correct. And secondly, if she was able to move it, because I think she should have recused herself, being that this person is her aide. Can you please just put it on record?
Sure. So there may indeed be an appearance of impropriety. If there's even though there may not be indeed an actual conflict, the appearance of impropriety, we should avoid at all costs. So we may want to have somebody else move, somebody else second. I apologize. I did not realize this person was indeed your aide, Council President.
That's fine. So I can remove my movement on this one. And I know I moved in Cotton. At this point, Councilwoman Cotton will move. Is there a second?
Let me second it.
Velez, okay. And then I am the last vote is Councilman Abdelaziz on.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Your vote is yes for item number 39. Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, and Madam Clerk, I was going to abstain, but I'll recuse myself, but I was going to abstain anyway.
That's a vote, Council President.
Well, I will recuse myself from the vote. Can you call the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. The vote is 4 in favor. Let the record reflect that Council President Mills had recused herself from item number 39. There's 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. And the record reflects that Council President recused herself, and the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk,
Council.
Right. I just want to say to, maybe some people got some wrong information, but she is a Paterson resident. She is a 4th Ward resident. So I'm not sure with that information. Madam Clerk, and as Councilman Velez said, Madam Clerk does an excellent job of making sure people are where they're supposed to be. And so, people can think what they want to think, but Madam Clerk is not going to put her seat in jeopardy of being city clerk for council members, and I can tell you that now. So Madam Clerk does her job, her staff does their job. That's important for, and she's not going to put herself in jeopardy of allowing someone to get on the agenda that should not be on the agenda. And she lives in the city of Paterson, and she lives in the 4th Ward. Thank you.
Thank you for that point of clarity, Councilwoman Cotton. As you would know, she's one of your supporters. Can we do item number 40?
That is, Madam President,
Councilor, can we do
Yeah.
number 43?
No, it's your last statement that you said, please, if you had to recuse yourself because is your aide, it was fine that she was doing.
Councilman, I am not speaking to the vote. Councilwoman Cotton spoke to a residency. That has nothing to do, the item has already been voted and it's
I
been.
know. I just saying that you stated that you are her supporter, so you have to be careful what you say.
Councilman Velez.
Yeah.
Madam Councilman Cotton stated that Mrs. Rivas lives in the 4th ward. That is in her ward.
I know.
Okay,
Council
so,
President, don't entertain, just.
Madam Clerk, can we move forward? Item number 43, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 43. Resolution authorizing an award of contract to Laboratory Corporation of American Holdings for the coronavirus COVID-19 testing for the Department of Health and Human Services, RFP number 2021-09, Health and Human Services, Resolution 2545.
Move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I just, put this item here, there's more testing that needs to be done, there's plenty. And my understanding, and I know that's how they're gonna do it, is they're going into each of the wards, and they're gonna be doing this testing on off hours, weekend hours, so this is so important for off hours, weekend days, weekends and so forth, so for that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm definitely favorable for this measure. Madam Director, good to see you here. If you can, please, I really would like to get the information on the process of screening for these employees. I really would like to know exactly the outline in which the process is how the process is being handled. I've been getting some good feedback from people who are interested in helping, and from what I understand, there may be some bottlenecking with this process, and I want to make sure it's being handled by the appropriate professionals. While I'm willing to support it, please make sure you get that information to me as quickly as possible. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Blanche?
COVID-19 had changed a lot our way to do things in the city. I want to commend Dr. Paul Paterson and the director of Human Resources for thinking out of the box. We're getting ready for a second wave. We are fighting the war before going into it. And having this mobile unit going around in our wars, day one, first war, second war, third war, all the wars. And the more important thing here that I saw in the draft proposal that, the location will be determined in conjunction with the respective council person. They including the council in their decision. So if they come to the 5th, I'm probably gonna drive you crazy because I want you everywhere in the 5th. Because my ward is in the middle of the whole city, and council members, if you decide
The heart of Paterson.
if you decide to put the mobile in your ward, make sure you put in the border for the 5th ward resident could take advantage of it also. So that will be a good thing. But we have to get ready when this vaccine comes forward. If this vaccine comes forward, this mobile unit is going to be also available to vaccine everyone in every ward. So that's it, thinking out of the box. And I was not in the committee meeting for this particular thing, but I put to work my head and say, look, this is good for Paterson. And what is good for Paterson, save life, COVID-19 have taken away a lot of our friends, a lot of people. So let's put the resources where it's supposed to. And thank you for thinking out of the box. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Davenport?
So I wanted, Councilman Jackson, I wanted him to put on record what he said. And also, before I take a vote, Director, thank you very much, Castillo. I want to just make a point of something before I vote. And that is that the way we're treating individuals that get tested, what I've noticed is some people don't want to say if they've been exposed because of the treatment being given by individuals. And I'm just talking as a whole. I'm not talking about the council or the administration. I'm just saying the treatment as a whole. I've encountered certain situations that have been disheartening. And one individual basically said, I didn't want anyone to know because how they were treated. So I think that with this whole contact tracing, the way that you address individuals, I think that's really important. So, when you're going out there, okay, you got tested, make them feel like, don't make them feel like they're a plague. Okay, and unfortunately, this is a pandemic and we have to take it seriously. But do not make people feel like a plague. Because this is why, there are some individuals that are not saying anything and others are being infected, all right? So I just wanted to put that on record. I just want to thank you for your due diligence. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam President?
My vote is yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, but the record reflects third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Item number 44, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 44. Item number 44 reads resolution authorizing the award of contract to Practical LLC for the Body Field House renovation phase 1. Bid number 20.27.
So move.
So move.
Second.
For the Department
Over.
Resolution 25-4.
So move.
So move, Council President.
I second it, Council President.
By Councilwoman Davila, second by Velez.
Oh, that's behind my house. Can somebody let me move it first?
I'm a councilwoman at large and so is Council President. Therefore, we have the right to move items as well.
But I watch the part when the light turns on and off.
Well, Madam Clerk, moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Madam Clerk, I would just like the record reflect, we took action naming this field house after someone that really dedicated much time to the residents and the athletes and the students of the city of Paterson. Moving forward, these items should be bearing his name. So it should be Gerald Glisson Field House. We took action on that item, if I'm not mistaken. So please, moving forward, let's let it reflect the new name that it has. This is not a ceremonial thing. I remember we said when we were going to name it after him, I want a big sign that people could see it. So our agenda items should start reflecting that it's named after him. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Traherney?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just need to say that, this field house, being there 4 years, with my son playing football, running track, it is truly, and I'm saying this was ever since 1999, 2003, that we finally got to see some work getting done on this field house, which is just absolutely wonderful. Being there for 4 years with the football team, with the track team, just helping out. I hope we get our concession stand, because we didn't get it when they did the stadium, when they put the bleachers up, we didn't get what we really wanted to get up there. So hopefully now we can get what we really need to at least have what we need to have. So with that being said, and I'm just happy to see this moving forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And, listen, I guess because my expectations are a lot different. You know, you can, if I'm starving and you give me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, would I be grateful? I guess so. But, you know, at a certain point in time, you know, the expectations must be bigger and better for our community. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I'm gonna go over my time, and I really don't care because this is a pressing issue. Just today, you know, I make no apologies about it. I have a son that graduated from Paterson Public Schools with a 4.0 GPA. And he was a phenomenal athlete who's being classified by many former NFL greats as that. And we have another young man with a 4.2 GPA who's here at home because we dropped the ball on him. This young man lost a $70,000 a year scholarship because the Paterson Public School District really dropped the ball. And on this item, we had a plan that brought forward a 2-level expansion that would have made the field house 3 levels that would include training, state-of-the-art training tables with hot tubs and taping stations, game rooms and rec space, as well as tutoring space for our young people to ensure that we keep them off the street because we can't seem to curb the gun violence citywide. And yet here we are doing a simple remodel, knocking a hole in a wall, making a coach's view. This is the example of why Paterson children are left on the street with nothing, because we want to put our flag on something subpar. When I look at Newark and the state-of-the-art facilities with retractable roofs, it's the same thing I said during the adoption of the trailer park. This is embarrassing. And anyone who brought this measure forward and voted in favor of this over making sure that our kids have the absolute best, you should be embarrassed. This council should be embarrassed because this is not acceptable. It's subpar. While we have developers coming in, walking away with $12 million developers fees, we're gonna put $500,000 into the heart of our community, into the most ravished segment of the community, and that's these young people that are being shot on the streets. This is embarrassing. For Paterson to settle for something so less of something great, you should be embarrassed. And I know some of you never got out of the city and never played on a state-of-the-art facility and or saw possibly a state-of-the-art facility. But if this is the best that this administration has to say for this segment of the community, they should be embarrassed anyway. But we'll spend $100 million or $50 million in the overview, the Falls Overlook, and won't spend more than $500,000 on a facility that could change the lives of young people. While we have a young man with a 4.0 GPA.
Councilman Jackson.
She's gonna have to mute me. I'm not gonna vote. Just mute me and move on because you should be in.
Madam Clerk, could you go to the next council person, please?
Former school. That's we have to offer our children. Sad.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam President.
next person, please.
I didn't get Councilman Jackson's vote.
The council president elected to overstep my vote, Madam Clerk. As the parliamentarian, I think you should make sure she understands the severity of that.
Councilman, your vote was?
I have not finished stating the reason behind my vote, Madam Clerk. I believe the public.
Madam Clerk, there is
understand clearly why I'm voting the way that I'm voting.
floor, Councilman Jackson has spoke for 4.5 minutes. There is an order on the floor. We're coming to the close of the agenda items for tonight. The things that Councilman Jackson are discussing they do not coincide with what we're discussing on tonight. He's off on a tangent, Madam Clerk, and if he's not ready to vote, let's move to the next person.
I'm not off on a tangent. As I said earlier, Councilman Abdelaziz over 10 minutes on one item, but what Councilman Jackson is bringing forward, some factual context that's
the level of decorum
on the voting track record of these council members, then I'm out of order. I'm not abiding by the decorum. I have an opportunity to let the public know exactly why I'm voting the way I'm voting. And when we have young people,
you've had well over the time to do that.
When we have young people with 4.0 GPAs being left at home.
Madam Clerk, next person, please.
Councilman Velez?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Councilman.
All right. I mean, in the committee, we've been speaking about this way back before Mr. Glinson, the Lord called him to his presence. I agree with Councilman Abdelaziz. Sorry that we didn't notice that the resolution was written this way, but this is way back. I believe he was he had a 50 cent to put onto the renovation of this house when he was alive. So moving forward, I think the resolution will read in the future with Mr. Glison's name, Dr. Glison's name. Now, just for clarification, this is phase one out of this project, Boilerfield. Phase one will take $496,000. In the back of the ordinance, I don't know if you have it, has the scope of work that is going to be done in that place. I understand Councilman Jackson. Mr. Jackson asked for a building, 2-story, to be constructed also on top of the building, but the foundation of the building will not hold it. So the recommendation of the engineering was to knock down the whole building and probably put a facility that will cost $3 million. But at the time that comes forward, that we could move forward to add to that building or put more floors or whatever, we need to give them something. We need to fix it. It's deteriorating. His kids are using that place without a proper restaurant, a proper locker, a proper gym. So I invite anyone to look at the scope of work that is going to be done in that place. This is phase one. Moving forward, that phase two or phase three, whatever phase is going to be, people come forward and see it, that the CDBG money, the federal grant money, is being used for this particular project that has been, in other words, used but abandoned in aspect. So in this part, I feel that we put in the CDBG money the right place to be. CDBG funding is funding that if we don't use it for a project in the city, we need to return that money back. And before returning it, let's spend the money little by little in places that are needed little by little. If we don't have $2 million, $3 million to put a new building with 3 floors, elevators, and all that complements that minimum that Councilman Jackson wants for our youth. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, may I have your vote, sir?
Madam Clerk, I must point out the fact that these are the same individuals that talked about how fantastic the trailer would be that we spent $1.4 million on, but yet we're only willing to put into our youth in our community $400 and some odd thousand. This is an embarrassment. I will not vote on this item, Madam Clerk. You can allow the council president to railroad my opportunity to vote all she wants to, but I'm going to continue to tell the community how terrible this is. as Councilman Abdelaziz continues to move his head in the way that, in the faction that he wants to, while he works at a facility that has nothing but state-of-the-art facilities for the children. But in Paterson, we're not entitled to that. Our children have to be laughing stocks of the county and of the entire state. When Don Bosco and all of these surrounding parochial schools come into Paterson, and we play them on subpar conditions. This is an embarrassment. We just spent $500,000 on just resurfacing Buckley, 1.4 on a trailer that's not being utilized for its purpose, and yet and still here we are investing only $500,000 on a subpar remodelization of a facility that's just about over 100 years old. This is an embarrassment, and this is why the kids in our community feel like no one cares about them. When you go to school and you work your tail off and you get a 4.0 GPA and your community still leaves you stranded at home, this is what we do to our children. We tell them they're not worth the investment while we spend money in other places and watch these developers leave with $9 million, $12 million. This is the type of travesty that this poorly ran city is being overtaken by. The kids that are being shot, and this administration has yet to answer to the uptick in violence.
Jackson.
Council President, you would please,
If you're not, it's not what I please.
continue to
You have
tell
now spoken for.
everyone else.
You have spoken for 12 minutes. We have to move this forward. It appears that you're not going to vote. Madam Clerk, I will close with my vote. This is Paterson, this is a $1.6 million project. This is the first phase of the project, and there's more to come. Our kids have been playing on this field, and it really deserves an upgrade and revitalization, and we're moving forward to do that. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Madam Clerk?
All right, I have your vote. I have your news. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 absent. Councilman Jackson stated that he will not vote on item number 44. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, number 40, please.
Thank you, Council. No other items?
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Council Director.
Next item is item
I'm sorry, Madam President, the director's leaving, right? So you do 45?
41.
Yes, we did it already.
You did that one? Okay.
Yes, we did. That was done.
I'm sorry, which is the last one we have to do?
We have 3 more.
Item 40, 42.
3 more.
40, 41, and 42.
Yes. Number 40?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 40, and number 40 reads resolution reappointing Ms. Betty J. Simmons to the Board of Directors of the Paterson Task Force for Community Action, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson, City Council Resolution 2542.
Second.
Third.
Councilman Jackson, need a motion?
Move, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Mims, Davila, and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 40 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam President. I'm just gonna be very brief. When I go first, I don't get to rebuttal, but my name's been thrown around a lot by certain council people, and they brought in that where I worked, or I brought in top-notch facilities for the kids to work, and they're absolutely right. I've been on this council for 2 years, and I helped bring a state-of-the-art $1 million facility to the first ward where it couldn't get done in 4 years. I did on 4 days on the job, making the move to move the money to get that job done. So absolutely right, I do support top-notch facilities, and I helped deliver that about 4 weeks on the job when I got appointed in 2018 to deliver Buckley Park, while people that are on the council for 4 years couldn't even get grass sodded on there. So absolutely right, I fight for top-notch facilities, and I will continue fighting it. So my vote is yes, because I couldn't rebuttal. I had to say that, Madam President. My vote is yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hardy?
Miss Betty Simmons is an excellent choice. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Dalvin?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Well, I wouldn't stand in the way of the assistance for making things happen, but people want to put their flag on something, and what it was the constant reminder of the poor decision of the trailer park that brought the Buckley Park expansion on. It was what I told the council and the administration we should have spent the money on before. And, listen, if it's going to take somebody who is a bed buddy with the mayor to help move things along, then whatever it takes, as long as the residents get the best of what they deserve. But with that being said, if you're so knowledgeable and so willing to see the absolute best come forward for our community and the residents and in general, then one, I should hear you fighting on behalf of this field house development being a much better state-of-the-art facility. And two, more importantly, we should all be making a fuss about all these young people being left behind, in particularly a young man that has managed to achieve a 4.3 GPA, where the school system failed to and lost a $70,000 a year scholarship for this young man, while we continuously approve $30,000 and $40,000 bonuses for the superintendent that you as well support. So I'll keep it 100% all the time. I'm wondering who else is willing to do so. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
I just want to bring some point of order in how we could have voted for this. I want to apologize to Mrs. Betty J. Simmons, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, probably Miss Betty and the person that's getting reappointed here or appointed is calling the families to watch a moment that they're going to get appointed to this office. And we're making all this left and right shot to all of us council members, killing each other in the statement, rebuttaling what you say here, what you say over there in appointment. I want to apologize to all these people that are going to get appointed. We're supposed to be focused on what we're doing, and this is what we're going to do. So, Miss Betty, congratulations. Make the difference in that board like everybody do when they get appointed to that board. Congratulations to joining the Community Action Task Force Board. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Congratulations, Ms. Simmons, well deserved. Continue the work that you've already been doing. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
47 in favor, 1 abstain. That the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Item number 41, Madam Clerk.
Item number 41, resolution appointing Mosley Woodin to the Board of Directors for the City of Paterson Task Force for Community Action, sponsored by Councilman Gilman Shaherty. City Council Resolution 2543.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Chowdhury, second by Velez.
Councilwoman Davila was second.
I didn't hear you, Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
And me too, if you want.
I didn't hear Davila, but I'll go Velez, Davila, Mims. I didn't hear her, so I have to be fair.
It's between two voices, one beautiful and one strong. Her came first.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Chowdhury, and then Velez, Davila, Mims.
Yes, I do. Continue with the votes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Shaherty.
Mostly is a really great guy. He's looking for an opportunity not only to give back to the city of Paterson, but also help out with the Paterson Task Force. I see him doing many great things, and hopefully he'll continue supporting the school district and the city as much as he can. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Tani.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Mosley Woodin is someone that comes from a great family. His father has been part of the community and very active for years. It's great to see that Mosley has taken after his father and the Uding family, and it definitely gives me great pleasure. I've supported him in the past with some of his endeavors, and I look forward to today's support, and I look forward to working with him in the future. Mosley, congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson? Councilman, you're muted. Councilman Jackson?
Madam Clerk, can you please read the title again? I apologize for the technical issues, ma'am.
Item number 41, and it's resolution appointing Mosley Uding to the Board of Directors for the City of Paterson Task Force for Community Action, and is sponsored by Councilman Chaherty and the City Council.
So, Madam Clerk
Yes,
and Corporation Council, what is to happen with these appointments by a council person that's been appointed once the election takes place in November? Constables, zoning board of adjustments, and some of these positions, they're 3-year tenured positions.
As a sitting council person,
Order, Council President, we're in roll call, so that he has 2 minutes to give his comments on how he votes, and questioning shall not occur during roll call.
I asked for a legal opinion on an item that
Point of order, no discussion on roll call.
Corporation Council.
so, Madam President, do you want me to answer? You can answer, but from after this, based on Robert Orders of Rules, there should be no questioning. So I'm gonna digress and say, no, Madam Clerk, because based on Robert Orders of Rules, there are not supposed to be any questioning, only if there's during discussion, but not during, roll call and taking a vote.
Well, with considering that I raised the concern on the previous item with the appointment from the second ward, appointed council person as a diligent and responsible chairperson as the president, it should have been a point of clarity that was brought forward then. I asked the question then, it wasn't answered, and I'm asking the question once again. And although I respect Councilman Charity as well as his appointee, my concern is there's an election coming up in November, and if this appointment, which is tenured for 3 years, is going to outlast the councilman's tenure, I think the council person who is coming into the seat should have the opportunity to appoint who they desire to have there. So with that being said, my vote is no.
thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Yes. Let me say this is effective on October 1st, 2020 to September 30, 2021. I think that it's good. It's good. This is great. At least you get opportunity to have a diverse board, an inclusive board. So my vote is yes.
Madam President?
And so let me say this. We get this agenda, we've had it for almost 2 weeks. It comes to us on a Friday. We discussed it last workshop, and now it's before us tonight on vote. If there were questions concerning the process, what the timeline of the tenure of Councilman Chowdhury, we've had 2 weeks to do that. That was not done. There was no dialogue, no email, no communication sent in regards to that. We have Robert or Rules of Order that if we don't know, the clerk will be happy to provide this to every council person. We have to follow the proper procedure and operate in a level of decorum here in the city council chambers. If you have questions prior to the meeting, we have a workshop. Prior to the workshop, you get the agenda item the Friday before. And all of that time period, these questions have not been asked. They have not even been even pondered upon. And so with that being stated, I want to commend you, Councilman Chowdhury, on reaching out and placing people into the community. Masla has been working, he's been serving, and he's been consistent. And I applaud you on making sure that you give him a seat at the table. I commend you for that. Masla, Taj, congratulations, well deserved. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. That the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Item 42, Madam Clerk.
As item number 42, resolution reappointing April J. Lampley to the Board of Directors of the Paterson Task Force for Community Action sponsored by Councilwoman Booby and I. City Council Resolution 2544.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Mims and Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes, I see we have many, Paterson Task Force. I know these individuals are gonna do a great job. The 6th Ward is the only ward that does not have representation on this board, but I know the rest of the members that I'm voting on to support will keep in mind the residents of the great 6th Ward. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Hurley.
My vote is yes as well.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd just like to say about April Lampley, 4th Ward resident, truly a community person, loves what she do, and it is an honor for me to appoint her to the Paterson Task Force Board. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, I just want to announce that the Paterson Task Force received funding for PCG bills. Those individuals that are behind on their power and the light bills or whatever, they are open to get applications to help to pay their bills and other things related to rent. Okay, so they receive a grant directly from the state, and that's good to everyone out here that's watching, that they have funding for if you want to catch up for your light bills and energy in the house. And Councilman Abdulaziz, even that you don't have a member appointed by you at the Paterson Task Force, the Paterson Task Force office is open to receive any people from any ward, and they have records of people they have served every ward, and they could attest on that. So you don't need a representative when you have other people lobbying for your residents too, because when they work in the Paterson Task Force, they lobby for one Paterson, not just one particular award as this. So feel safe that if your constituent need help, they could go there, and the doors are open for anyone in the city of Paterson, no matter where you come from, no matter what flag you have, no matter what country you're from. The Paterson Task Force will be there to help you based on the funding that they receive. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Madam President.
April is an amazing, amazing woman. She serves with her whole heart, and she's just amazing. I mean, there's nothing else I can say. I will absolutely support her if she does the work that she does in the community, especially in the board, like she will do on the task force. They're gaining someone amazing. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. That the record reflect third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 42 is hereby adopted.
I make a motion to close the meeting.
Council President.
President.
Make a motion to close the meeting.
So,
Council President.
Council President, I'd like to put something on record, so I do not want for you to approve the motion. My 2 statements will take a minute just to put something on record. So I do not want to close the meeting till we put this on record.
Okay,
President.
if you want to close or
Council President wants to
No. It's order of business, so when I vote to close, I'm just voting to close. This is something I need to address the BA, and I'm not gonna do it while we're voting. I need to address the BA.
Council President, me too.
Will it require a response, Councilwoman Davila?
not a response tonight. I need to put on record, there are two issues that I want her to address with, the director of police. And secondly, the homeless situation and the shooting up, individuals shooting up right smack in the middle during the day. So those are two things that I want to put forth. But I just wanted, Council President, to the BA, Madam BA, a constituent, on Linwood Ave, I don't want to say the address, I can give you the address, off record. I know that she's probably looking at this right now, addressed, the loudness of a business, that is more than a block away, okay? She actually sent me the Ring, video, and it had sound, and you can actually hear the music coming out of the business, okay? She says, in addition to that, it's a dead-end street, and the car, she also sent me videos of that, so I wanna bring that to your attention. I told her that I would be bringing it here to the entire council. Mr. Chaudhry, this is something that I have worked with Councilman Kalik in the past, and she actually reached out to say it had been good for a good 2.5, almost 3 years, and it's back again to the same thing. So we need to address that with the police director and our chief. In addition, also, what are we doing if G. Greer, if Councilwoman Cotton and Velez in the 5th Ward, and any one of us that is driving down the city can see the homeless population shooting up drugs? What is the plan? It is horrible when I get addressed by constituents that say and ask us, what are you guys doing? And clearly, I go back and I say, this is an administration issue. We're gonna, as a council, speak on it. But Madam BA, something needs to be done. I mean, I look back to memories. Thank God for memories on Facebook. It is disgusting for me to see that G. Greer, almost 4 years ago, addressed the same exact situation that he addressed 2 days ago and posted and tagged all of us. So I just asked Madam BA, let's do something about this. And I spoke today in our community development meeting with Councilwoman Cotton and Mims in regards to some of the grants that we're receiving. I don't know that we need to reconsider this. If we're gonna be the hub for all of this to be coming into our city, I think the city should not be the hub. I really think that, you know what? Let's not be, I know where the county seat, let's take it somewhere else. Take it to Clifton. Take it to Wayne. Paterson, we can no longer handle this, all right? So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Council President, for giving me the opportunity.
Council President?
There is a motion on the floor to close the
Council
meeting.
President, I want to put something on the floor without, in my closing remarks.
Councilman Velez,
It's for Madam BA. It's for the Madam BA.
on the floor in a second, Councilman Velez.
Nobody seconded it yet.
Yes, I seconded Councilman Velez. A motion.
So, Madam, this is important for the taxpayers and the vote that we did.
Councilman Velez, you can do it during roll call.
Okay, good. All right, good. So you're gonna answer me in roll call?
During roll call, there's no answer. They can follow
So
up.
that's the problem. I have a constitution and we wanna answer, listen to her answer.
Not
Tonight.
Councilman Velez, we had public portion. We had it at 8 o'clock. It ran till about 8:20, and then we had open public portion for different hearings that we had, and it was not called in. We always want to hear our constituents, and we're very concerned. You can voice that during your closing comments, and then, administration, please follow up or have a response for.
Okay, so can I ask a question to you, Council President?
Once we go into roll call.
No, because I want you to answer me. You, Council President.
Councilman Velez, we are in roll call to close the meeting. There is a motion on the floor by Councilman Abdelaziz and a second by myself. You have to read Robert's orders of rules. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call to close the meeting, please?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes, all 6 ward residents, we are aware about the water, as I stated earlier. Many people, you had texted me saying it's getting clear. I will stay on top of it. Just please run your water before using it. Have a good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jahardi.
I want to thank the public for speaking in the public portion. I want to thank my council colleagues as well for their support and any suggestions they had regarding all the appointments. I truly appreciate everything that you said. Thank you to Ryan, the tech department. Thank you to the Madam Clerk's office and the Secretary's office for all the hard work you do. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was happy that, Councilwoman Dabler brought up the situation today at our community development meeting. Now we're requesting to have a meeting with one of the, facilities that do offer, rehabilitation, drug treatment. So I am looking forward to having that meeting. My three ladies up with me, on community development, we will be meeting pretty soon because we need some answers on what we're gonna do with this. But I would just like to, before I close out, I would just like to say that this weekend was really, really busy. My first stop was the Colombian Breakfast on Main Street. Then I really enjoyed going to, Jean Silver, Lady in the Mirror, where she was at New Christian Missionary Church with Reverend Salmon with the cancer breakfast. And it was such a wonderful event. It was hosted by Valerie Freeman. And what they did was they gave money to two ladies who was in stage 4 cancer. And I thought that was just absolutely wonderful that we were able to, that Jean Silver, Lady in the Mirror, wanted to put that together. You know, then I went on to the Women Empowerment meeting at Eastside Park, which was hosted by Robert Spencer. And the speakers was Janae Matthew Childs, Juanita Pullen, Colin Durant, and it was absolutely wonderful. There was a wonderful DJ there that was called DJ Tay, which was called, her name is really Taylor Moore. You know, and also, you know, the Paterson is a new group organization in the city of Paterson, and it's called the Paterson Performing Arts Development Council. And what they did was a food drive over at Villan Park. And you know, one thing I do support, and that is my mature sister, because they had a fish fry. And she has it in her vision and in her heart to purchase shower stalls for people, for the community, for the homeless. And she's continued to do that. The shower stall costs about $30,000, so I know that she is gonna. I always say, there's so many community organizations in our city, and we must do our best to support them as much as we can. After I left there, then I went on to Barbara Park. I love Barbara Park. Everyone loves Barbara Park because it really have come a long way. And they had the 12th annual New African Family Day, hosted by Bilal Hakeem. And it was just a wonderful, pleasant day at Barbara Park. Now this Saturday coming up is going to be a new thing called the New African Family Day. It's going to be the open mic poetry showcase. And it's going to be at the New Culture Center on Auburn and Broadway. And it's going to be from 12 to 4, or I'm not sure when to 5. But that is this Saturday coming, the New Culture Muslim Center on Broadway and Auburn Street. So please, if you can, come by there. Also, I'm going to be doing the census in the 4th Ward on Saturday. We're going to be at McDonald's with Alicia Harrison. We're going to be filming our census. And if you bring your children and you have not filled out the census, we'll be giving out free Happy Meals. So that is just absolutely wonderful too. Please, we must try to get to the numbers that we need to get to, because we're still short. So we really need to get to our number. And I just want to say to Charles Florio and Marie Florio for naming one of the buildings in my husband's honor, and it was going to be called the Ed Cotton Residency. And it's just ironic that he passed away at the age of 72, and there will be 72 residents in the city. And he did mention that every chance we got, and when we talked to Charles Florio, he knew 2 things that we always had asked for. And the 2 things were, we need to get some affordable housing in some of the buildings. And we also needs to be working on a 4th Ward community center. And he knew that those are the 2 things that Eddie had asked, and he's told everyone at the press conference that those are the 2 things that he's going to be working on. And I gotta say that my daughter Candace, who's a teacher here in the city of Paterson, it's the president of the Ed Cotton Foundation, and you would be surprised. I mean, I really was, once it hit the YouTube and it hit the airwaves, the people started calling from Mexico and Puerto Rico, wanting to be part of the Ed Cotton Foundation and want to do things. But I can tell you one thing, that Eddie truly loved City of Paterson. I said it over and over, that no matter where we went in the world, Paterson, New Jersey was always in our heart. And I gotta say that with this Ed Cotton Foundation, we're gonna be giving out scholarships. We're gonna have classes, and some of the things that he's done to make money legally is so many ways I get to do things, and I know that we're gonna be doing all of that. Well, my husband truly, truly loved, he knew what I love, and we love the community together. And I know with the Ed Cotton Foundation, this is gonna help us to help others. And I know the first thing that I know that we will wanna do, especially is the Grandparent Goals, the Resource Center, where we wanna let Dr. Jesse Dixon name to stay alive here with us. And those are some of the things, because they do a great job over there at the Grandparent Center. And you know, he truly works hard. He loves our Jumpstart with Jamie Bland. He loves our Kelly Moss with the Hearts of Hannah, with Rapid Rehousing. And you know, the Greer family. Yeah, I'm almost the Greer family. He loves them with the Passing Cares, A Miracle Before My Eyes with Tara Daniels, you know, Team Big Mama, Hoop Dream, Growing with Grace. There's just so many things that I can go on. He loved the Team Home with Samuel Benji Wiggly, Mr. G's kids. And let me tell you, the last thing he spoke with a month before he passed was with Joe Glisson, that they were going to start a mentoring program back again up at Eastside High School. So I know that that's going to be part of us for Eastside High School. And let me just say, he loves his daughter Candace with her Delta sorority group. And that's what it's about. If you're able to raise money, if you're able to raise money and you're able to raise money to help other organizations, that's what we're supposed to do. And I know that's what he would love for us to do. So with that being said, I just want to say to Paterson, please stay safe. And just remember one thing, tomorrow is not promised to us. And we need to make the best of it each day that we are here, because you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring for you. So we need to bless and cherish every moment that we have, because it could be gone in a snap of a finger. Paterson, thank you. Have a good night. God bless everybody. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So, Councilwoman Cotton took quite some time and mentioned a few, but there are a few mentions that she made that I'd like to just quickly repeat. And this weekend I as well was at the Lady in the Mirror Cancer Breakfast. And truly I was moved. I was moved by the words of Teresa McDermott. Lizzie, you know, we know you're with us, and we're praying for you and your family. And it was moving. And it was so moving that it took me to take myself today to the doctors and to get my appointment, because many women, we kind of, especially us that are working 2 and 3 jobs, are not taking care of ourselves. So that it brought awareness once again. And, you know, I came back, spoke to my sisters, and it's something that I said, you know what, we all need to get checked. So, Jean Silver, thank you for such a great event. And to that, I also want to give a special shout out to Valerie Freeman. Valerie Freeman is going to be celebrating 10 years of being cancer-free on October 17th. And I look forward to being part of your event as well. Thank you for being one of the hosts of Jean Silver's Lady in the Mirror Cancer Breakfast. The other thing that I just want to say to my constituency is, I know that, you know, we get a lot of complaints, and please don't think that it goes on deaf ears. You know, we try our best to serve as best as we can, but at the end of the day, a lot has to do with enforcement, and as a council, we cannot enforce that comes through the administration. So I put it on record again, Madam BA, I hope to get some answers to the request that I made earlier. City of Paterson, I look forward to continuing working with all of you as your councilwoman at large. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me try to make sure I stay within the confines of 2 minutes before I get muted off. A year and a half ago, I wrote legislation that directly targeted the panhandling in the city, which we all have to acknowledge is going on all over the place. There has not been one infraction since that legislation was written that have been made by this administration. There's also complaints that I have steadily from the First Ward residents on Ward Street, because the park on off of Route 19 and that comes off Route 19 to go onto Ward Street has been overran, as many areas in the community, by homeless people using the bathroom, doing drugs and things of that nature. So if we're going to sit here as a council and not acknowledge the ills and talk about how wonderful and amazing things are, then I'm living in a reverse universe of some sort, because from my perspective and my viewing angle, this place has gotten absolutely worse than it's been, which I'm wondering if that was even imaginably possible. So when I put a focus in on the leadership and how the lack of leadership is taking place, and all of the calls that I take on from city employees who are absolutely terrified to bring their concerns forward because of the manner in which this administration has chooses to handle things, it brings a great concern up to me on the lack of balance within government. And therefore, without a lack of balance in government, you have a rogue administration and you have the railroading of what could potentially be something good. So when you have members of the council who have aligned themselves to do, it's just not that bad, and we're not going to acknowledge the bad things within the community, how can anything get better? The shootings are up more than they've ever been up before. The number of people being shot and the victims of violent crimes have been, absolutely through the roof. So I'm gonna hold you, the public, at arm's length, and I'll let you know when I receive the information, because most of the time, I'm gonna say 90% of the time, the information that I request is never given. So what's another observation that I'll make tonight, the BA has said very few things. In the past, from my experience of watching council meetings through the year and from dealing with our Senator Poe, which she and I didn't often see things eye to eye. But one thing you have to acknowledge, because she was knowledgeable in the job, she had answers for the public whenever the public's concerns were being raised, whether they're being raised by the public themselves or they're being raised by the council members who represent the public. And here, my concern grows because I have watched the facetious valley attitude of the VA be administered, and also throughout this administration by other individuals who believe they can flex their administrative muscle on the residents and the public who serves the residents as employees of the city. So I'm gonna challenge you, the public, to hold your council representatives accountable, to at least hold this administration accountable. If you witnessed tonight, again, just another night of pantering and nothing. If anyone please can inbox me the wonderful things that's taking place within the city, not only will I refrain from addressing it, but I will resign from this seat. The only reason I decided to run for office is because things were so terribly ran. I will not sit here and continuously to coerce and go along with things that just don't align with the betterment of our community. When we have young people who are being sucked into the violence, the drugs, and all of the negative things in our streets, in our community, when we have students who have 4.0 GPAs and the people who will stand forward, who claim they represent those people, won't say anything indifferent of it because of who's at the other end, that within itself is a crime. And everyone involved should be ashamed of themselves, and I will not be a part of that. I will call those people to task, whether they are the chairman, a state elected official, a county elected official, a council person, and or an employee of this administration. So, as I can see, most of which, I take on with, continues to fall on deaf ears, and will watch certain council members talk about how wonderful things are. I challenge you, the public, to ask them what is so wonderful about dirty streets. What is so wonderful about a county who has placed officers on a 4-month? I'm at 4 minutes. Councilwoman Mims was at 9. You understand the disparity?
I'm at council, I'm in Councilwoman Mims. I think you have the names.
I'm talking about, I apologize. Councilwoman Cotton was at 9.
The one, we're not in competition, we're closing the council meeting, Councilman Jackson. You spoke all night, that can cover for the totality of the entire council. I'm saying.
I didn't talk all night.
Right, Councilwoman Cotton, it's okay. We're in closing, Councilman Jackson. We're in closing for you to vote to close out the meeting.
Okay, and I'm trying to do that. If you allow me to do what you allow me.
And I'm giving you the signal to wrap it up, Councilman Jackson.
Oh, you're giving me the signal to wrap it up. This is what I'm talking about, members of the public. You understand? Because there has to be some type of decorum in the level of treatment. Certain council members should not be endowed with the ability to just say what they please, and other members who are speaking against what the council president's stances should not be silenced. But I will, obviously she's the council president, and I still will not yield to that. I won't be silenced because I'm here as the voice of the people, the voice of the public. And if anything that I've said is incorrect, then I challenge you, anyone, you council president, Madam BA, or whomever, to challenge me on the validity of any statement that I've made. But other than that, if you choose to silence the truth, then that's up to you, council president. You have the prerogative to do so, but I will not be silenced. I'm going to sit here every night and be the voice of the people. And what took place tonight is just another embarrassing outing, a waste of time as we just move forward some feel-good resolutions and ordinances, and the public is still enduring all of the poor treatment and poor services that's being rendered, poor garbage collection, poor recycling collection.
Councilman Jackson, closing. I've asked you twice. We're in closing. I don't know if you're trying to compete with someone else's time, which you can't because your time has been overly extended all night long. So I don't think that's what's happening. I understand that you want to make a point. We get repetitively that you are the voice of the council. But at this point,
what I'm asking you is if you're challenging something that I'm saying, that it's not valid.
We are in closing.
Something I'm saying is not valid.
Can you vote so that we can move forward, Councilman Jackson? It is time to vote. You've spoken for 6.5 minutes.
Okay, well, when I'm done, I'll vote.
Okay, Councilman Jackson, Madam Clerk, can we move forward, please?
Councilman Velez?
Madam Clerk, are you going back to Jackson to ask for his vote? Because I wanna make sure he don't miss a time. Because I wanna do mines before. I don't know, please. Are you
No.
going back to Jackson to ask his vote?
After you're done, Councilman Velez, I will do the final vote and the meeting will be closed.
Okay, so let me get this. I was getting ready for my little presentation, less than 2 minutes. I was looking for something here before that. But I thought Jackson would take more time, so it hold me a little bit. I want the administration to take note. We voted for transitioning the calendar year to fiscal year, not fiscal year to calendar year. Administration take note, people have received a tax bill and those tax bill came double. Tomorrow I will pass through your office and to look this particular address and probably you could explain me what happened. Last but not least, Psalm 128:1 says, bless all who fear the Lord, who walk in obedience to him. You will eat the fruit of your labor. Blessing and prosperity will be yours. Psalm 4:8 says, in peace I will lay down and sleep. For you alone, Lord, make me dwell in safety. So I'm going to be ending my name today with 2 scriptures and a prayer. God, I ask you, please, to bless this city, to keep on blessing our council, to keep on blessing our leadership, to keep on open our city with wisdom and with fear to you, and everything that we do are according to your heart. Please, Lord, be with us in our way home and give pleasant health to those who are watching today our meeting. In the name of the Lord, amen. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson, may I have your votes heard to close this meeting? Councilman Jackson?
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir. I have your vote.
as I'm attempting to vote, the council president continues to mute me. I'm wondering, is it because she's trying to protect the VA and the poor job that she's doing? Or is it
I have established the point that we have extended the time and it has been belabored. And, with the side laughing that's going on with Councilman Jackson and the immature behavior.
immature behavior? How is my behavior immature?
Madam Clerk, we're at the point of close. I am ready to vote so this meeting can be closed. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, for tonight.
Madam President, I don't know if Corporation Council can assist me in this, give me a ruling. I don't know how to record the votes at the end because Councilman Jackson is there and I still haven't gotten a vote.
Madam Clerk, you're the parliamentarian. You're supposed to rule on how this is done. It's not.
I understand that, Councilman, but it's difficult for me if I don't have a vote. I've never been in this situation. I might have to do some further research.
Right, because it is a requirement for me to vote to close. It is required.
But it is also established from the council president, that there's a 2-minute limit. It has been allowed that you've spoken over that time period. You are now going into 12 minutes, and now to come back to be asked to speak again, you want more dialogue. Either your vote is yes, no, or.
First of all, I never asked to speak again, but what I'm talking about is the disparaging treatment. So I'm not measuring, I'm only pointing out a fact that if you're going to hold council members to 2 minutes, it must be done fairly across the board.
But Councilman Jackson.
Councilwoman Lim, the councilman trying to go on for 9 minutes and then tell me at 6 minutes I'm over.
At this point, it is.
Why you gonna keep bringing up Councilwoman Clinton like, why? I mean, I had not spoken all night barely. Please, stop it.
Madam Council, we're at a point of close. At this point, the meeting has belabored. It is 11:49. We know there's a sunshine law rule. I know that we have went beyond it in other meetings. It is 11:49, and we definitely need to close this meeting before midnight. I am asking for the vote in the affirmative or not in the affirmative or an abstention or recusal, whatever that may be. But at this point, it is time to close the meeting.
Well, I'm trying to get to that point, Council President, if you allow me the bandwidth to express my position, then I will get to my vote. And it's just amazing to me that at another meeting where I was removed illegally from the meeting, this body conducted business well into 3 a.m. But tonight there's such a rush because I'm putting the fire and the heat on the truth of how things are being poorly managed here. So I'm going to continue to hold firm on my perspective. The job and the duty of the council is to put forward a balance. And when you have certain council members, including the council president, lining up for the administration, nothing gets done for the public. So if anyone can tell me where I'm wrong in that, I strongly push for you to do so. But I'll vote Councilwoman Cotton. I get y'all so your mask. But there is nothing immature about stating the truth and the facts of what's illy wrong in our community. When I have a young man sitting at home with a 4.3 GPA and no one here cares to bring those things up, when we have employees of DPW who have been denied their contractual right of time and a half in at-risk pay, and everyone else is receiving bonuses and things of that nature, when there's several raises that are being done and the members of this council who are supposed to be holding this administration accountable fail to do so, but yet they want to silence me when I'm talking about it. These are the things, people, that I'm talking about. But then on that note, there will be another day, and there will be more fire. And I will continue to bring forward this truth until the public's eyes are completely open, because this right here is why Paterson is frowned upon by surrounding municipalities. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman.
In closing, Madam Clerk, just before we close the meeting, one of the things that I wish we could make a request for is a request for a fact checker. Because a lot of times when information is being stated, sometimes it's misstated or it's not even fact. If there was a fact checker button or a bell that would go off, I think the community would be alarmed at some of the misinformation that goes out into the public. Paterson, I've asked you before, please do your homework, please do your research on things that are being stated, discussed, or even put in the public. Finally, there is definitely a need to look into the level of shootings that are happening in our community every single day. Many families are being impacted by it directly or indirectly, and we need to identify what is the plan. So poising to the administration to present to the council a plan of action as to what is being done or what's happening. You'll probably not be able to give us the full scope of it, but at least let us see, especially with the hotspot areas, maybe some statistics to identify what areas it's taking place in. Where are you seeing, is it different areas, new areas? There was a request for a camera on Governor and Straight Street. I know there's one on the mobile unit is on Governor and Carroll, but there was a request earlier I saw on social media for Governor and Straight. I'm not sure, can we get the statistics to verify and justify the need of those, but we definitely need to look into those items. Paterson, has been a great night. I think the meeting went smoothly in the absence of Council President. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in. I pray that you get a great night, and I pray the rest of your week is amazing as all of our Pattersonians are. Thank you. My vote is yes. God bless you.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the regular meeting, 2nd, 2020, is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone, and thank you very much.
Good night, everyone. Be safe.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.